Hello, I'm Fritz Mayer, Dean of the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver. And it's my honor, on behalf of my colleagues here at the Korbel School, to welcome you to the Denver Democracy Summit. Thank you for joining us. Of all the issues facing the world today, perhaps the most fundamental is the challenge to democracy. As we meet, Vladimir Putin's army stands poised to invade Ukraine, in part because it is democratic. Xi Jinping's China, having dismantled Hong Kong's democracy, now turns its gaze to democratic Taiwan. And elsewhere around the world, in Hungary, Poland, Belarus, and Turkey, and Brazil, the Philippines, and Venezuela, and even in India, the world's largest democracy, autocracy is on the march, democracy in retreat. And here in the United States, January 6th made clear just how fragile American democracy is, how frayed our social fabric has become, how dysfunctional our political institutions are, and how vulnerable our politics are to those who would risk democracy for political gain. And the world is watching America. Over the next 2 days, you will hear from an extraordinary roster of public officials, business persons, activists, journalists, and scholars from this country and around the world, all working to defend democracy. Together, we will explore some of democracy's most vexing challenges, combating misinformation and extreme polarization. In today's media environment, it's never been easier to be informed, but also never easier to be deeply misinformed, to hear only what we want to hear, and to imagine the other as the enemy. Protecting free and fair elections, nothing in a democracy is more important than access to the ballot and trust that your vote will make a difference. But around the world and in this country, we see efforts to manipulate voting processes and to undermine trust in elections. Meeting the challenge of climate change. Climate change is, of course, a huge issue in its own right, but it also poses a challenge for democracies, which can seem incapable of making the hard choices that must be made. Worse, because it will increase inequality, insecurity, and migration. Climate change threatens to undermine democracy itself. A goal for the summit then is to raise the alarm, yes, but not to be alarmist. We won't shy away from the daunting reality of our circumstance, but we will also shine a light on what is being done to combat disinformation, to secure fair and free elections, and to address climate change and its impact on democracy. And we hope all of us leave more inspired and more determined to do our part, wherever we sit in the world. As the daughter of our founder, Joseph Korbel, our dear friend, Madeleine Albright, has often said, democracy is not a spectator sport. Before we begin, let me take a moment to acknowledge the support of our event sponsors and supporters. David Brunel and Stacey Steers, Casey and Kelly Gallagher, Craig and Nicole Harrison, Jill Nelson and Thomas Bedell, and the May Bonfils Stanton Endowment. Thank you for your support. And the 2022 summit is once again held in partnership with the Alliance of Democracies Foundation as a complement to their Copenhagen Democracy Summit, a high-level strategic forum organized by the Alliance of Democracies, taking place this summer on June 9th and 10th. And joining me now is my dear friend, the extraordinary Kevin Gallagher, better known to the world as Cal. For more than 40 years, the political cartoonist for The Economist magazine, the Baltimore Sun, and the online newsletter Counterpoint, who will be our artist in residence for the next 2 days. Welcome, Cal.
Hey, Fritz, it's great to be here for this very important event.
Well, Cal, you know, I've watched your work for years, and I'm always amazed at how you're able to capture the essence of an issue in a cartoon. Say a bit about what you'll be doing these next 2 days.
Well, you know, cartoons are these great storytelling devices because they can compact all the complex events of the world into these bite-sized digestible nuggets. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be watching these events and hearing all these great speakers, just like everybody out there is going to be doing, but I'm going to be taking notes, cartoon notes. And for the purposes of tell the story of what we're talking about here today in cartoon form. And then we're going to share them with all the viewers.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, throughout the day, we'll cut in from time to time to see Cal at work. And at the end of the day, Cal and I will use his cartoons to summarize the day. Cal, I can't wait to see what you do.
Me too.
It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderators who will be with you over the next 2 days.
Okay.
Jean Meserve has been an anchor and a correspondent for CNN and ABC News, winning 2 Emmys and an Edward R. Murrow Award. Jean is a member of the Transatlantic Commission on Election Integrity and co-host of the Spy Talk podcast. Welcome, Jean.
Fritz, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a privilege to take part in these important conversations.
Well, thank you for being with us. And our second moderator, coming to us from Australia, Ryan Heath. Ryan is senior editor at Politico and author of the Global Inside newsletter. Welcome, Ryan.
Thanks, Fritz. It's great to be here. Jean, lovely to see you again as well. Now, a few housekeeping items for our viewers. Due to differences in time zones and speaker availability, some of our presentations were recorded in advance. For live sessions, we'll take questions from you, the audience. So simply submit your question via the form online that appears below the live stream.
We also will be active on social media. Use the hashtag DDS2022 and also hashtag Defend Democracy and be part of that conversation.
And now, to set the stage, let's hear more about the democratic dilemmas we'll be exploring over the next 2 days from Korbel School faculty experts.
The state of democracy is vibrant but challenged. A lot of people are participating, a lot of people are very emotional and enthusiastic. At the same time, we're dealing with significant threats to democracy.
Democracy's very openness creates a set of dilemmas that makes it difficult to ensure that it can persist.
A democratic dilemma is anything that pushes in a way that could be supportive of democracy, but at the same time could push away from democracy.
With respect to media, for example, a democratic dilemma is, on the one hand, media and information is more available and cheaper than ever. On the other hand, the availability of media perpetuates the dissemination of disinformation, misinformation, which makes it harder for people to be well-informed publics in their democratic participation.
Academic institutions have a really crucial role to play in confronting democratic dilemmas. We want to safeguard democracy in order to safeguard the future of our children and the generations that come after us. Playing a role in educating the citizens who are going to be voting tomorrow is one of the most crucial ways that we can safeguard the future of democracy.
The whole idea of democracy is that people are able to make an informed choice about who should be running the country. If you have a situation where some people just have a harder time voting or simply can't vote, that really kind of violates the whole idea of one person, one vote, and it really undermines democracy.
Climate change, the biggest, in some ways, challenge to democracy in the long run.
Climate change is at a crisis point, so I think a big challenge for democracy and democratic governance is whether they can be fast enough to address things like global warming.
We have great examples that have shown that we don't really need a big authoritarian regime or the government to solve our issues. Communities and collectives can move forward with addressing issues.
One of the most important things that people can do is to participate.
Getting involved in social movements, protest movements, political campaigns, those are all extremely productive ways forward for the individual citizen.
My greatest hope for democracy is that in our fight to restore and protect it, we remember that democracy is a process, not an end state. Maintaining our democracy requires constant, vigilant action on all of our parts to ensure that its benefits are available to everyone and to ensure that we safeguard the benefits and rights of democracy for future generations.
Hello, wherever in the world you're joining us for this session. It's going to be a great conversation with Maria Ressa, a journalist with 35 years experience reporting in the toughest operating environments in the world. Most recently as co-founder and CEO of Rappler, the independent digital media outlet that is fighting like hell to keep Filipino democracy alive. Thank you so much for joining us, Maria.
Oh, thanks for having me, Ryan. It's good to meet you and to talk to you.
That's a good point. I should introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ryan Heath, senior editor at Politico, and I'm the author of our Global Insider reporting. So for the next while, we're going to be chatting with Maria about democracy's best qualities, but how they sometimes make democracy vulnerable to attack and what we can do about that. So let's dive in, Maria. You were mentioning just before we started this conversation that the Filipino election cycle is just kicking off. You're in official campaign mode. So let's start with that baseline. You have a democracy in the Philippines, but there is a lot of threat to it. So how do you rate the state of democracy in the Philippines in 2022?
Oh, my Lord. I'd say it's an existential moment. You know, we've had 6 years of Rodrigo Duterte where essentially every institution has crumbled. You know, we have some still standing, but just barely, I think. You know, I've submitted myself to the courts. I've had 10 arrest warrants in less than 2 years. But what we are facing right now is, I think, what every democracy around the world is going to face when they walk into elections. And we're probably only the first. You know, you have Kenya, you have Hungary coming up right now. You have the biggest one in Brazil with Bolsonaro, shift from far right to mainstream, aided by social media. And then, of course, the US midterms. So look, if you don't have integrity of facts, how can you have integrity of elections? This is the biggest problem when the very platforms that deliver the facts, the news, are behavior modification systems that are treating us like Pavlov's dogs. How can we decide who to vote for? Right? It's very, very basic.
So we obviously know that independent journalism provides a critical function within a democracy. But where do you see the scope of that role versus the capacity for Filipinos to self-organize in other ways to defend their democracy? You know, based on the idea that you can't just leave it to journalists to go out and do the hard work for democracy. There's other things and other ways to fight for it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually what we're trying to do right now, you know, in the chaos that we're in. And given the fact that news organizations use these technology platforms to reach our audiences. You know, Facebook now globally is the world's largest distributor of news, right? And yet these very same platforms are biased against facts and they're biased against journalism. So what we're doing, the Philippines, if we fail, is going to be the first domino, as it was in 2016, for, you know, a further descent to tyranny. Because if the front runner, who is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the son of the former dictator who was ousted in a people power revolt in 1986, if he wins, along with massive disinformation networks, you know, Rappler has exposed this since 2019, like literally 3-part series with all the data. It has succeeded in changing history in front of our eyes, and he is the front runner by a mile. You know, the opposition leader, Leni Robredo, she's the present vice president right now. She is a distant second to him. If he wins, this is literally the battle for facts. And when he does that, it will turn every institution upside down. So what can we do, right? Instead of kind of hand-wringing and throwing our hands up in the air and going back to social media, you know, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, what are you doing to protect the facts? What are you doing to protect democracy? We've decided to take a whole of society approach. We built 4 layers, a pyramid, I started calling this. And you know, the bottom of it is journalism, something we accepted, we thought is implicit in everything that hits the public sphere, which is fact-checking. Check the facts. For the first time, 14 news organizations, with more coming in, are going to come together, and we are going to commit to creating and sharing fact checks, because it is so rife. That leads to the second layer. We're calling it the mesh, a way to try to actually influence algorithmic amplification. And then the third layer is taking the atomized fact checks and giving them to disinformation researchers, our academic partners. They will come out with a report a week to tell you how you're being manipulated. And finally, the fourth layer is the layer that's been missing globally: law, the legal profession. I mean, how can all of these lies get through? How can genocide happen in Myanmar with impunity? How can Russian disinformation from 2016, proven now, right? How can that have happened with impunity and continues to do so? So by doing these four layers, it's our only defense. It's a whole of society approach. How do we galvanize our communities? Every Filipino can submit to a tip line in the 14 news organizations, and all those news organizations are going to collaborate together. The key word: collaborate, 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 and hopefully give a chance for civil society to catch up with the exponential spread of lies.
And where would you say you are in the journey of targeting different groups? You know, is it 20% or 30% that are, in a sense, lost causes in this disinformation and misinformation battle, where they almost want to believe the lies they're fed and they're just not going to engage with you? Or are you more optimistic than that, where you really think you can still reach out to every Filipino and hope to sort of stem the tide or convert them back to a fact-based approach to reality?
So I'll do two responses to that one. The first one is something I had said in the Nobel lecture, which is democracies around the world, we have to reduce it to a person-to-person. If you play basketball, a man-to-man defense, right? We got to get out of zone defense and go to man-to-man, or the genders, like woman-to-woman, man-to-woman. It has to be person-to-person. Because the reason why social media succeeded is, all of these statistics starting in 2013, I think it's a book called Socialnomics that said that all of us, people in general, tend not to trust institutions as much as they trust their family and friends. And that is exactly what social media's behavior modification system has exploited. So my appeal, our collective appeal, more than 100 groups, right? That includes civil society, business, human rights organizations, the church, all of these groups, along with media, academia. Anyway, I won't bore you with all the details, but it starts with every Filipino who cares about the facts. This is not partisan. This is not about targeting. And that's my second point. I really hate what social media has done. It has bastardized everything from truth, engagement, to advertising, right? You targeting someone after you have all of their data, after you have a model of them that knows them better than they know themselves. This is not advertising. This is insidious manipulation. This is like taking I'm not the first to say this, but like going to a psychiatrist, and then that psychiatrist has your deepest, darkest secrets and then decides to sell it to the highest bidder. All of these things stem from a business practice that, frankly, democratic nations, the United States up front, should be doing something about to protect our users.
Speaking of institutions, do you feel that there are other institutions within Filipino society that are still working to protect your space to exist as a journalist? Or is it the case now it is only that the direct engagement with people that keeps your outlet alive and can keep democracy functioning?
It's both, isn't it? Because, you start with this kind of person-to-person defense, and then we've survived it's going to be 6 years of attacks by this administration because our community came around us. Our crowdfunding campaign helped pay our massive legal fees, which reached a third of our operating costs at one point, right? This was like a minor point before. So there's a definite attrition rate. But beyond that, I have to believe that the institutions will bounce back. Otherwise, what am I doing here, right? I have to believe that Filipinos, that our values haven't changed, because it goes back to something very basic. Are you honest or not? Do you want to hold your leaders accountable or not, right? What's been lost in all of these talk of technology and algorithms is that there is coded bias in what the platforms decide get the greatest distribution. And that coded bias has shattered our shared reality and has manipulated us. And this really must stop. Otherwise, it's not just the Philippines that will become, my gosh, a fascist state. But, it will be every democracy around the world. So please, whoever is listening, demand better. Sorry, too much coffee this morning.
No. We need it. And your reaction, it just reminds me that the democracy and the practice of democracy is fundamentally an optimistic action. You have to be optimistic because it isn't the natural human state through most of human history. It is something that has to be worked for, but it won't happen unless you believe that it is possible.
But
no,
that's
sorry, go
also
on.
why. Well, that's also why the Nobel Committee gave the Peace Prize to journalists, right? They actually said that, the best path to peace is through democracy, to actually talking it out and coming to terms with it. But I'd say the last part is this: democracy, journalism, governance. That's a thinking slow process, right? But the way we distribute the facts through these social media platforms, the way they are designed, that is a thinking fast process. And I'm referencing Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow, the two systems of thinking of human beings all around the world. So essentially, the social media platforms are using our biology against us, coming through a thinking fast way to manipulate us. And we, in general, are not using thinking slow, which is what has made democracy work. So please, if you're angry, you see something you hate, if you believe in a conspiracy theory, please stop, think a little bit, talk to your family and friends, and go back to talking, go back to a time when you're not outraged.
And am I right to understand that you are really forward on that idea of education and media literacy, as opposed to a government stepping in with regulatory measures to try and limit how this misinformation flows? Because, of course, depending on how a government tries to make that intervention, it might not be doing it for the right reasons, or it might end up causing the exact sort of censorship and limited expression that it claims to be trying to solve.
I'm actually the opposite, Brian. So I believe that the US government in particular has abdicated responsibility for protecting the public sphere. I compare it to the time of the Industrial Revolution when new techniques came in that made more money, right? But there are human costs. And the biggest problem that we face right now is that with these algorithmic amplification, when you conflate together surveillance capitalism. Shoshana Zuboff wrote like a 750-page book on this, right? But every single problem that we think is separate, because we're focused on content moderation. Then we talk about privacy. Then we talk about safety. I'm so sorry. Let me just get, stop.
Too popular.
Sorry. So let me just, so I was going to say that, the US government, democratic governments have abdicated responsibility for protecting the public. It's like getting out a new drug, and because it was too complex or because we fell for the line of the tech platforms, we've allowed this kind of real-time experimentation. And we're seeing, starting in 2016, like how the dominoes began to fall. And I would say it started in the Philippines, followed a little over a month later by Brexit, and then you went through, right? As of January last year, at least 81 countries in the world have seen their democracies rolled back by cheap armies on social media. And that's from Oxford University's Computational Propaganda Research Project. So sorry, let me go back to what should happen. I think there are three pillars: tech, journalism, community. Those are the three pillars of Rappler when we launched a decade ago. Technology, governments need to step in. And yes, other illiberal governments can create laws, but that shouldn't stop the democratic governments to realize that they need to protect their citizens. It's like having a better business bureau, right? Like, you have to protect people against fraud. And right now, the Communications Decency Act of 1996, Section 230, has given the technology platforms a license to print money by manipulating our biology to spread lies laced with anger and hate faster and further than facts. this is what we're seeing. This is why you have had January 6th. Again, the role the social media platforms have played, that's being debated now. So first is tech. Please jump in. I just testified 2 weeks ago at the European Parliament on the DSA, the Digital Services Act. That one is perfect because it moves beyond content moderation to the operating system, which is algorithmic amplification. But if you go all the way upstream, it's the business model.
Yeah.
Why should these
But then is the
American
ultimate point
companies-
there criminal liability? I often wonder if the executives who run that business model face the prospect of prison time if they were not properly controlling their platforms. That might cause a lot more hesitation, a lot more collaboration and consultation about the effects of their business model.
I really think it's time to stop talking about it and start doing, because again, the impunity, I have called for an end to impunity of Rodrigo Duterte and Mark Zuckerberg, right? This is what has roiled our life. I could go to jail for the rest of my life because of these two men, right? Like, so it's, yes, should there be, I have criminal liability for everything Rappler publishes, as does any, what's happened is the legal system has been turned upside down by tech, right? All of the old things, right? The whole idea of more speech against, so to protect free speech, you're supposed to just do more speech. That's useless in the age of exponential propaganda. That's not where you should go. Brandeis' idea doesn't work in this tech world, right? So yes, hold them accountable, and I bet you it cleans up really quickly.
Now, to shift the conversation a little, we've seen from the Biden administration, but it's not necessarily their original idea. I think they've just got the biggest platform in the world to share it with us, that democracy needs to be seen to deliver more, that there's a competence question here, where some people feel like more authoritarian governments, whether it's because of their planning capacity, then the lack of a need to consult anybody, they can kind of get things done sometimes in ways that is more complicated in a democracy. And I wanted to check in on where you thought democracy's best hope is in terms of those competence issues. Can we tackle a huge global issue like climate change, for example, more effectively in a democracy?
The only thing that lasts are democratic processes that actually take everyone's ideas into account, right? Consultations are what democracy has been about, and accountability, right? If you look at COVID responses, for example, yes, the US hasn't done so well, but a country like mine, we've been in perpetual lockdown forever. And the top-down approach doesn't actually work because random things, we've never really had a contact tracing program in place. And we were more than 6 to 8 months late in terms of getting vaccines, right? Just even buying the vaccine. So you look at other countries around the world, and oftentimes autocracies, more power leads to more abuse of power. This is why journalists, this is why the fourth estate was created, right? And I think our biggest problem now is that journalists in general have, who survives now is being determined by the social media platforms, right? If you look at CrowdTangle on a daily basis, what are the top 10? I look at this in the Philippines and it's scary, right? Why would you take this risk? And yet, without journalists holding power to account, you really cannot have democracy. What is that saying? Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Now, we know even in the most functioning environments in the richest countries that journalism business models have been turned upside down over the past 20 years. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about how you survive financially at Rappler and whether winning the Nobel Peace Prize changes that ball game financially for you, or actually maybe there's a risk that a lot of money flows to you because of your visibility, because of your brand name now, and that creates some other side effects for other media outlets that need the money.
By all accounts, when I look back, I'm in the middle of writing a book right now. I have to actually turn it in today, the second draft of the manuscript. What I saw was that Rappler should have gone bankrupt in 2018. that seemed to have been the government plan. And if we hadn't pivoted, we would have. So what happened in 2018 was when the government tried to revoke our license to operate, within 4 months, we lost 49%, almost half of our advertising revenue. And so what we did is we came
and
together
that was
and
from
tried
the
to figure
government
out,
itself not buying from you, or you became toxic in the eyes of people who needed to deal with the government?
that's exactly it. It's fear, right? Anyone who was afraid they would get targeted then would try to stay away. We became kryptonite, right? And then, so it's funny because when you get attacked, you become kryptonite, and then slowly you stay the course. Then you become a kind of a light. Then the community builds around you. But what happened then was we forced ourselves to look. So what else do we have? What do we do for Rappler that other companies will need? And we realized that our ability to analyze data, to understand what was going on in social media, was needed by our advertisers, in quotes, right? So we created an alternative business model that in the end of 2018 to 2019 grew 2,000%. And it actually made us ready for COVID, right? So during the time of the pandemic, we weren't laying people off, we were hiring. And in 2021, last year, we made 50% more than we did the year before. So, it's Nietzsche's quote, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." It's a time of creative destruction. And I think what I've learned in this whole thing is to not hold on to the past, to embrace the risk, to embrace my fear. And when you do that, then you can kind of envision, okay, so what should we be doing? What should the world look like? What is the right world? If you're Alice in Wonderland in the rabbit hole, keep walking and come out and, envision and create the world that you want.
Maria Ressa, that is a perfect note to end on. Thank you so much for joining us at the Denver Democracy Summit.
Thanks for having me.
Stick around for the next session, everybody, and we're going to fill you up with a lot of fascinating democratic thought and ideas during the rest of the day.
Welcome back. I'm Jean Meserve. We are all seeing and experiencing the splintering of our media ecosystem. Traditional media outlets, particularly newspapers, are struggling to survive while we have seen a proliferation of digital platforms. The result has been an erosion of editorial guardrails, the proliferation of mis and disinformation, and the polarization of our public. Here with me to discuss, we have Anna Nicolaou, who is U.S. media correspondent for the Financial Times, Zaid Zaid, who is head of U.S. public policy at Cloudflare, and also Vivian Schiller, executive director of Aspen Digital. Great to have you all with us today. So Zaid, we just heard Maria Ressa speak very passionately about the impact, the negative impact she thinks social media has had on democracy. As someone who worked for Facebook, and I hate to go back to your previous life, but we're going to do it here, I'd love to hear your perspective on what impact you think social media has had on facts, on polarization, on political discourse in this country.
So thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be invited to the summit to speak. I was going to make a joke about being the token male on the panel, but it doesn't go over as well when there's not an audience. Yeah, I worked at Facebook for about 4.5 years, and my role there was I was on a team called Strategic Response Policy, and our team's job was to respond to any number of events as they were happening in real time. And this was anything from a school shooting, a terrorist incident, a mass shooting. It could have been a controversial statement that somebody had on Facebook, and reviewing that and whether or not that statement needed to be removed. I normally dealt with really high profile things, so statements from politicians, from heads of state, those kinds of issues. So in general, like, I think that technology and social media is a tool, right? And it comes with risks. Social media wasn't built for people to use them in the way that some people are using them, that I do think are having negative impacts on democracy and democratic initiatives. That's a risk that comes with it. But I think you also have to look at the way in which social media has been used to support democracy and to support particularly marginalized groups. And so I think of, in the United States, the Women's March was something that initially started from a Facebook post that somebody put in, a woman in Hawaii, put on her Facebook page. And then what we saw take place, back in 2017 was the result of that post. There was the Green Revolution in Iran, and that was mostly organized on Twitter and on social media. So we can see ways in which social media is used for good, and then we also see, unfortunately, ways in which social media is not used as intended, and people use it to chip away at democracy in a number of different ways. And I think you can see that, things as recent as January 6th.
Anna, would you say overall that the effect of social media has been positive or negative for democracy?
Well, that's the loaded question of our era, I guess I would say. I think Zaid makes a great point. There seem to be just these extreme pros and cons of social media. You mentioned how it's kind of helped other groups to have a voice. Look at, George Floyd. That became a big story because someone was there filming it and then posted it online. We didn't have that 20 years ago. So it's hard to definitively say yes or no to this. So I'm kind of punting a bit. But I have spent, the past 4 or 5 years kind of both observing as a person and writing about for my job. Obviously there have been this proliferation of disinformation, misinformation, false information online coming from a variety of different actors and commercially motivated people. And that really does seem to have chipped away at a lot of, especially working in the media, the trust in the media, which is really important when you're trying to just communicate things to the public, even things that shouldn't be controversial, such as, vaccine information. It's become this super politically charged topic in the US specifically.
Vivian, Anna just mentioned trust. Survey after survey shows that trust in the media has declined. Social media is part of it, but do you think some of the erosion of trust is in a way deserved?
Well, yeah, there's so many different factors that go into the decline of trust in media. It's really hard to pick just one. And a lot of them are factors that have nothing to do with whether or not news organizations deserve that lack of trust or not. Things like the decimation of local media, the flattening effect of news sources on social media, where it makes it hard to tell one from another. But to your specific question, certainly there is a whole gigantic cohort of, I'm not going to even call them news organizations. I will call them publishers or propagandists who put out content that is not based in anything that you or I would recognize as journalistic standards. But even the best news organizations, those who do pride themselves and are high quality and adhere to journalistic standards, even those news organizations are struggling with rising to the moment of 2022 and how they can address and report on some unprecedented kind of forces that we're seeing in America. So whether they deserve it or not, there's some change in norms and news organizations that are definitely needed.
So you and I both come out of a mainstream media organization. You've worked for many. We worked together at CNN. And it just seems to me that we've seen, for instance, an erosion of the line that used to separate editorial content from reporting. We have seen whataboutism. Are all of those things helping to corrode our trust in media?
Right. Well, the two things you mentioned are a problem, but I see sort of maybe bigger issues, which is how do you report on the unprecedented number of lies that we see coming from figures that news organizations are used to reporting on, if skeptically, at least, parroting their words because it's the president of the United States or it's some other major figure. And how do you continue, how as a news organization, whether you're a CNN or a New York Times or what have you, how do you not appear, they're trying to find a balance between not appearing to be the opposition because no news organization wants to be, perceived as being on a side. And yet in this country right now, most of the lies are coming from one party and not another, not all, but most. And so it's very hard. I think news organizations are trying to find that balance of not appearing to be sort of, boosters for the left, which they're not, by continuously reporting on so many lies that are coming out of the right. This is just a fact. And how to report on those without unwittingly becoming amplifiers of misinformation by repeating those lies. And the third thing I would say that news organizations are struggling with now is how, the notion of both siderism, I guess, which is how do you report on things like the efficacy of vaccines or climate change or the results of the 2020 presidential elections, where there is clearly evidence-based reality and then there's falsehoods. So some issues, there really are no two sides. And, how do you address that? I think this is very difficult for many news organizations at this time.
Anna, has the advent of social media forced some so-called mainstream media outlets to embrace polarization and abandon what were some of the norms of journalism?
I mean, I think to an extent, most of what we would call mainstream media groups have stayed pretty much the course. I think right now what's happening is this kind of examination of how we do things and how we might do them better. And you're seeing, startups coming up saying, there's clearly a problem here. We need to figure out what to do. So the Bloomberg media CEO is starting a new venture. So I think there's experimentation happening right now, but I think for the most part, I think things have stayed pretty much stagnant. And we're just more recently seeing changes in kind of the way people are approaching reporting and trying to build trust. The New York Times has a new team entirely devoted to that. They're experimenting with things like how you describe reporters before you kind of view the story. So I think right now we're in the middle of trying to figure out how these companies can fit into this new world where people are so polarized and have so much distrust of different sources.
Anna, since you work on the financial side of this to some degree, would you talk a little bit about the impact of the hedge funds who have come in and vacuumed up a lot of news outlets, newspapers in particular?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time reporting on this because I'm a financial news reporter. So there have been really in the past 5 years, this kind of massive influx of financial investors coming in, viewing newspapers as just distressed assets in a very unemotional way, because that's how they operate. And effectively what's happened is more and more of these newspapers are shutting down. They're becoming, a shell of what they were before. And there is kind of this rising sentiment that we're losing local news reporting in a way that is actually impacting our democracy. Some universities have done a lot of research on this, connecting, having a local news source, whether it's a newspaper or whatever it might be, to whether people are willing to vote, for example. So I think in recent years, there's been this proliferation of financial groups into the US news industry in a way that they really haven't been historically.
I'm wondering, Vivian, whether you think philanthropy has an important role to play in resuscitating some of these outlets.
Absolutely. It's already had a tremendous impact. I think that the sustainability of news organizations, particularly at the local level, is going to depend on a wide range of revenue sources. Gone are the days of the traditional two revenue source model for local newspapers, which was advertising and subscriptions. Now, for many, it requires sort of a real variety, and philanthropy has a huge part to play, especially as many local news organizations are going the not-for-profit route. And we've seen so many philanthropic organizations step up to support news. It's very heartening, and many of us are working with philanthropic organizations to see how they can invest even more.
Do you think that's a long-term solution?
Well, like I said, the long-term solution requires a wide variety of revenue streams. I think that there will always be a role for philanthropy, but do I think that the entirety of the future of journalism should rest on philanthropic funding? Absolutely not.
Zaid, Facebook faced off with Australia over whether it should be paying for the content that it was repurposing from mainstream news outlets. Is that a viable approach?
Well, I'd have to say I didn't work on that, and so I don't have a lot that I can add, sort of firsthand or anything like that. Of course, I heard about it. I mean, I think part of that's a business decision, and I think part of that comes down to whether or not the news organizations, they, in that case, they obviously had got, they obviously went to the Australian lawmakers, and, Australia was going to pass this law that was going to force social media companies to pay, et cetera. Or they did pass law. Like that's a completely different thing than, should social media, because the way technology has developed, is responsible for making sure that news organizations don't have to deal with the way in which our society has progressed, right? Like I don't necessarily think that social media should be responsible for traditional media. And I also don't
even if they're using their content.
Well, I mean, you're using their content because people are sharing it. So it's not like social media is surviving only because the newspapers are posting their content on social media. The journalists themselves are using social media to post their content. You look at I shouldn't say any, you look at most reporters' Twitter feeds, Facebook feeds, they are tweeting out their articles. They want people to see it. They are sharing it. They want other people to see it. They want other people to tag them. So this has become part of their culture as well. It's not just something that the social media companies are doing.
Anna, as the financial reporter amongst us, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can see both sides of the argument. I think Vivian actually made a good point in saying, it's not going to be one thing here. So it's not going to be just philanthropy. It's not just going to be money from Facebook and Google or ads or subscriptions. I think every media company at this point has to kind of have a hodgepodge of all these things to survive and to do well. In terms of the actual, the showdown, I guess, in Australia between, the Murdochs and Facebook, I think it was definitely interesting. It's an open question of, how much they owe to publishers. The comparison publishers or advocates of this would make is that, it's similar to television, where the cable companies have to pay the producers of the content, right? I'm not sure that I buy that that's, a direct comparison that we can make here. I do think, though, that in general, there's some way in which some kind of money should be exchanged here. I don't know if it should be as direct as just paying them, or if it's making investments, hiring journalists, creating nonprofits, things like that. But it's certainly been a fun story to kind of observe.
Vivian, it's estimated that 65 million Americans, I think, live in what are called local news deserts. You've referenced the decline of local media. I'm wondering, the standard line seems to be that local media helps foster civic engagement and is an add-on for democracy. Is there any empirical truth to that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of data. I'm sorry, I don't have it at the ready, but I've seen there's been a number of studies that indicate that in areas where there is a more vibrant local press and people who consume that local press feel more connected to their community, they feel more connected to each other, they're more civically engaged, they vote at higher rates. So there's ample evidence, and the absence of local news outlets, by which I mean local reporters writing about local issues. In the absence, into that void flows all kinds of, because nature abhors a vacuum, you end up with, closed Facebook groups, or a lot of, rumor mongering on Nextdoor, or just, people texting and chatting each other, or these pink slime sites that are really, are masquerading as legitimate news organizations, but are really sort of run outside of the community by partisan actors. Those can, on the contrary, those can create more division within the community. So there's plenty of data about this.
Anna, I think you took a look at an AP article that was written about a Minnesota newspaper, a local newspaper, which was struggling to survive, and it was having trouble surviving because its community was already so polarized, and it was having trouble finding advertisers and finding readers. So here was an instance where local media still existed, but the obstacles that had been created by, one presumes, from social media discourse and our political discourse made it difficult. Have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was super interesting to see, because we have been making this assumption, right, that, well, what's missing is a local newspaper, and then people will be more engaged and they're more willing to trust someone that they can, physically see going into a courthouse and covering something, rather than someone, writing something from New York or San Francisco about a town they don't know about. I think what that article showed us, that the problem fundamentally is about trust. And it's also about the fact that due to the internet and social media, there are just so many different places you can find information right now, whether it be true or false. You can find pretty much anything you want to hear at this point online. So I think that opens up another conversation about, how we educate people in this country, how we, bring in even, media courses. I definitely didn't study anything like that in high school. Just about, how to know what sources are credible, how to kind of see the connection between a source and the information, and biases that are apparent in kind of most organizations. I think at that point, it becomes more about education than the financial part of it.
Vivian, I'm wondering if you think that sort of media literacy education is going to take effect fast enough.
Yeah, well, that's the question. There are short-term solutions and long-term solutions. I don't think media literacy is a short-term solution, but to begin to, introduce that kind of discipline in schools with kids at a young age. And again, we're not talking about, telling kids what news organizations they should read or not watch or not watch. We're just talking about, understanding, as Anna was talking about, what it is what you're looking at and what are the motivations is critical for this young generation who are going to grow up to, lead, to be the future leaders. So not everything, there are other things we can do in the short term, but I think also simultaneously looking at this sort of longer term roadmap is really important to the future of democracy.
I'd love to work in an audience question here. Rachel from the Corbell School has a question for you, Zaid. She asked, is there a way to leverage social media to help the public be more informed and limit disinformation at the same time? What do you think?
I will answer that, but before that, I just want to kind of respond to this, the sort of this overarching theme that I'm hearing that I don't necessarily buy into, which is that there seems to be this this idea that social media caused polarization, and that is simply just not true. Like, our country has been polarized for a long time, and people are using social media, and it has become, I think that the polarization in some ways is more evident, but I think it has been there for a long time. And I think sometimes the press in our history has contributed to that. We saw recently that the Kansas City Star apologized for the way in which they covered the Black community or didn't cover the Black community, and how a local newspaper, the most influential newspaper in Kansas City, how their coverage of what happened to the Black community really impacted the way in which African Americans in Kansas City, as well as in the United States, were thought about. Like, I think that, and that's just one example, and it's not the only example. There are lots of other ones. I think that with George Floyd that Anna mentioned, I think that a lot of people in the African American community, when George Floyd happened, it was like, we feel seen. We've been saying this all along. We've been saying that these things are happening, that there has been police brutality, that people are needlessly dying at the hands of law enforcement, unfortunately. And instead, the police reports that are filed, the stories that get told about what happened, is completely devoid of reality. And I think that that was happening before. What social media did was somebody filmed it and they spread it around. And so there was more awareness and people had to confront it and face it. And before, when we didn't have that, when you didn't have the opportunity to do that, it was easy to kind of swipe certain things under the rug, and it wasn't there. The polarization has always been there. I think that we are seeing a lot more of it now because there are more things to see in terms of like social media, in terms of different blogs or handles or whatever. But it's not like it was created when Twitter or Facebook or whatever was created. So I feel like I need to put that marker down, because I don't want people to walk away with this this view that everything was fine and then social media was invented and then all of a sudden our country was polarized, because that's definitely not the case.
Zaid, I'm going to stop you there before you answer this question and see if Vivian wants to respond to what you just said.
I did, yeah, because I just think what Zaid is saying is such an important point. There is a misperception in certain corners, and I hear it, it drives me crazy, that there was a good old days of journalism back before social media, back when, when there was no internet and it was just, TV and Walter Cronkite and all of that. And if only, the country was united, and if only we could go back to those days. But, for huge numbers of Americans, their stories were not being told, their stories were not being represented. They were not represented in newsrooms. It was very much about a certain ilk of, white America reporting on other parts of white America. So there are many things about the current state of journalism, and I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing in terms of the entrepreneurship and the growth of new news outlets all over the country that are springing up to cover the stories of underrepresented communities, told by underrepresented communities.
Now, Zaid, I want to get back to the question from Rachel, which was, is there a way to leverage social media to help the public be more informed and limit disinformation at the same time?
The limiting disinformation part is very tricky. And I will say that I think a lot of social media sites, even though, people talk about their First Amendment right all the time. And I love to point out that social media, like the First Amendment applies to the government, does not apply to social media, does not apply to private companies. That being said, social media companies still see, we want to promote free expression. We want people to have conversations, and it gets really tricky when, one person's, free expression just turns out to be misinformation. Like, how do you deal with that? I think we're seeing that play out right now with Spotify and how they're dealing with Joe Rogan, and they're seeing a backlash. They are dealing with, well, what do we do? One of the ways in which they are dealing with it is they said, well, we are going to have authoritative information in addition to things that are said on Joe Rogan's show. At Facebook, as well as, at Twitter, I know a lot of people know that there are misinformation labels, where there are labels on certain types of or certain content where I say we, but I don't work there anymore, where the social media companies either try to direct you to more authoritative information. I know there have been some studies on whether or not that works. I think I'm not sure, but I do think it's helpful to have that authoritative information attached. A lot of people have probably noticed that if you mention COVID, in a Facebook post, you're more likely to get this little I at the bottom that, leads you to the authority, whether or not it's misinformation or not. So it's just easier to sort of sometimes blanket certain types of speech with, well, here's a link to some information if you need it, or if you want to read a little bit further. I think that that's helpful to have. I'm not so sure how many people are clicking on it. I've never clicked on one of them, but I also don't spread information about COVID or anything else. But I do think that it's helpful. In one way, I think that social media can help is to label and to give people authoritative sources. Another way in which they can do it, in addition to labeling, is to put content in people's news feeds, regardless of whether or not they are looking at misinformation. So just, this can be done with COVID. It can be done with voting information. Here's voting information in your state for these upcoming elections. Here's where you need to go to register. Here are the deadlines, et cetera. So I do think that that social media companies can and do and should provide that kind of information for people that comes directly from the company, instead of necessarily just people relying on what's in their newsfeed from their family and friends.
Anna, we have a question for you from Clayton, who is a Korbel student. He asks, what do you see to be the biggest shared challenges between the United States and Europe within the media landscape?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, Europe in general, back in 2014, I was working in Brussels, and this was, pre-Trump, pre the whole fake news thing. And already there was a lot of hostility towards big tech within the European Union. So I think Europe in general has always been a lot more rigorous, I guess you would say, in terms of how they're approaching big tech and privacy and things like that. I think in general, Europe has kind of led the way, and the US has followed a bit in terms of how the government should approach things. And I think that the two could probably work together a bit more. But I think culturally there's a big difference. And it's only been really in more recent years that the US has had this techlash that we talk about. Because even, during the Obama era, it was very kind of, he was very sympathetic to these big tech companies. So there's been a really big shift in the US in the past, 3 or 4 or 5 years, whereas Europe has had that, I don't want to call it hostility, but definitely a different attitude towards it historically.
Vivian, a question from Scott in Denver, who asks, if the content funnel is so overstuffed with seemingly endless options of audio, visual, and social media programming, how does sober news content manage to attract attention these days without resorting to partisan shouting?
Well, this is the big question. But I will reject the sort of binary nature that something is either boring or partisan shouting. I think that reporting that is not is not biased, is not partisan, is not shouty can be. We could spend the rest of the day pointing to endless examples in print, in podcasting, in documentaries riveting narrative journalism that tells really important stories and reveal important truths, and bear witness to some of the most important, wonderful and disturbing things happening around the world. And so, but yeah, for sure, I haven't been a part of many news organizations. What's goes under different names: audience development, finding audience, engaging with the public is hard in a noisy environment.
Here's another question. This is from Kylie, a Korbel School student. Zaid, I'm going to throw this one at you, and you addressed it to some degree earlier, but Kylie asks, does media embolden partisanship, or does partisanship embolden media? Which comes first?
The chicken or the egg?
Yep.
I mean, I think I've got to say, I don't see, for the most part, media emboldening partisanship. I do think, as Vivian, talked about earlier, this both sides. And so I do think that sometimes when the media feels necessary, one, not to look like they are being biased, and sometimes reporting on both sides, or sometimes reporting about the misinformation, one of the negative, consequences of that is that a story lives on or gets more news time than it should. And I don't think that that's the intent. I think that that ends up being the consequence of the way in which a lot of news organizations want to cover something. They want to put the other side in there, and instead sometimes, like Vivian said, she didn't say this, but you need to call a spade, right? And you need to say that something is not true. I have noticed that on the TV that I watch, that a lot of the times, particularly when talking about fraud in the 2020 election or the lack thereof, a lot of reporters are saying, they will make a comment, they will say the thing that whatever pundit or politician has said, and they will say there is no evidence that there was fraud in the widespread fraud in the 2020 election. To me, that seems new, and it seems a little bit different than here's what the other side says. To me, it is very intentional. This is the claim that they made, and it's not true. And I think that to me seems that seems newer, and I don't think was necessarily the case, 5 years ago, that people were doing it that way.
Vivian, I saw you nodding your head while Zaid was speaking. Did you want to add on there?
Yeah, just maybe some of you are familiar with the tactic that has come to be known as the truth sandwich, which is, when you report on falsehoods, you don't put it in the head. You don't put falsehood in the headline. You don't put the falsehood in the tweet. You sandwich that falsehood between what is the factual evidence-based reality. You report on the falsehood, which perhaps you're reporting on because it was uttered by, say, the President of the United States, and then you follow with additional context that makes sure that the reader, or the listener, or the viewer understands where that lie, what context that lie exists in. So it's a good tactic, and it's a memorable image for people.
Anna, I want to pitch this question in your direction. Jonathan from Denver asks, why do you think so many Americans are so susceptible to Russian propaganda?
I think people are susceptible to propaganda in general. To touch a bit about what Zaid was saying, that this chicken or the egg problem, I teach a course at City College about media and politics, and pretty much every class ended up being about, is the press, is social media a reflection of our society, or is it driving forward these problems? And I don't know that the answer lies in taking a strong stance on either side of that. I think a lot of it really is about raising these questions and thinking critically about them. And I think a lot of it goes back to education and media literacy and all these kind of things that I really don't think we've thought about much or done much about since we've had this rise of social media, and just the way that propaganda can reach us in ways that it really couldn't before. In the traditional TV world, you wouldn't turn on your TV and see something coming out of, teenagers in Macedonia. That just wasn't happening. Now everyone has access to everything online. So I don't know that it's Americans in particular are susceptible to it. I think it's the problem again of just not being trained to think about the motives behind everything you're reading.
I'd love to give you each just about 20 seconds to say, what do you think the future of media is going to look like? Are we going to be able to grapple with these very fundamental questions about the impact of the new environment? Vivian, you want to start that?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, because I can't face a world where the answer to that is no. So, those of us, all of us on this panel are all working towards a healthier, better than the past news environment where everybody's voice is represented. It is rooted in evidence and reality, and we can begin to come together around some common truths.
Zaid, where do you think we're going?
I agree. I mean, I'm generally optimistic about nearly everything. So I'm going to say yes, that we will learn to adapt. I also want to make an analogy to Netflix and traditional TV and cable, and now all these new streaming services, right? Is that like ABC, NBC, CBS, they are having to adapt to Netflix. A lot of them have their own. Peacock now is part of the NBC family. Like this is the traditional TV adapting to streaming services. And I think that we're going to see the same thing in the news media, that they have adapted, they are continuing to adapt, and they will adapt. It's just, we're moving forward as a society.
Anna, a quick glimpse into the future?
I'm a historic pessimist, but I'm going to try to be optimistic for the sake of this panel. I mean, I think one thing I would say is, in life in general, the first step of fixing something is knowing you have a problem and noticing that. So we have definitely noticed there's a problem. And now I think what is the glass half full thing is that there are a lot of people trying to figure it out right now. There are a lot of smart people working on this, from Facebook to news organizations to, citizens. So I would hope that someone can come up with something that will be sustainable and work for the future.
And we have to leave it there. Anna Nicolaou, Vivian Schiller, and Zaid Zaid. Thank you all for joining us for this great discussion. It's been terrific to have you here.
Thank you.
And ahead, we'll be talking about vote manipulation. Stay with us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ryan Heath, author of Politico's Global Insider newsletter and podcast of the same name. And we're now here to talk about vote manipulation, which is, of course, as old as electoral processes themselves, but is often misunderstood or deliberately misconveyed as a concept. There was not, for example, any widespread successful voter fraud at the 2020 US presidential election, though there were many efforts to otherwise disrupt that election. But overall, that election was fairly resilient and secure. Globally, in today's digitized information environment, would-be autocrats are learning tactics from each other. The bad actors have more ways to copy and spread and scale up those tactics. And so in this next half hour, we're here to test what the 21st century authoritarian handbook for vote manipulation looks like and what we've learned about combating those methods around the world. I'd now like to introduce our three fantastic panelists. Ingeborg Gisladottir, who is Deputy Special Representative for Political Affairs and Electoral Assistance at the United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq. Zach Beecham is Senior Correspondent at Vox, and Gulalai Ismail is human rights activist and a Korbel graduate student. Welcome to each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
Great. Ingeborg, maybe let's kick off with you. Obviously, you're now working on Iraq, but before that, you've led the OSCE's electoral observation mission in Ukraine. You've been in Turkey and Afghanistan, all of these countries have had huge democratic highs and lows over the last couple of decades. Tell us a bit about your experience about how much of a common thread there is around those challenges and how much each country faces unique and specific challenges when it comes to their elections.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you forgot to mention that I was also in Belarus and Kazakhstan. So,
and Foreign Minister of Iceland. It is the CV
but if
as
you're
long
talking
as our
about
arms.
authoritarian regimes, then I think, you know, it's important to look at countries like Belarus, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. And when we look at these countries, and Turkey for that matter, they all have their specificities, but there are a lot of things they have in common. Some of these countries have actually been able to organize fairly good elections, where when you see the voting and the counting, there is not, you know, frauds, any obvious frauds, and they do it in quite a professional and transparent manner. So the election day is fine, but it's what happens before election day that is where that, you know, kicks in the manipulation of the elections. And there we see a lot of common threats. Of course, you know, there's a disregard for fundamental freedoms of assembly, association, and expression. There is a systematic harassment and criminal persecution of opposition. We see legal restrictions on the right to stand, obstacle to political parties to register. Candidates are accused of criminal offense and denied, therefore, the right to stand. Journalists and bloggers are harassed and have problems and subject to arbitrary arrest and detention. These are the things that we see and which are quite common in all these countries. So the thing is that in the beginning of the 19th, when we thought liberal democratic values were winning and they were being taken up by the former Soviet bloc, they had a lot of fraudulent activities on election day, but then they learned, you know, how to do these things without, you know, being seen as that the elections were marked.
Being less obvious.
Yeah, to not be so obvious. So I think they have learned how to deal with this before election day. And that's kind of the common knowledge that they probably, you know, learn from each other.
Zach, if I can turn to you now, the US is so often a test bed for democratic and campaign innovations that just later spread across the world. I know you take the view that the Republican Party is still dominated by Trump and by election fraud fantasies. So I guess I have a twofold question. One, how well organized are these domestic election subversion efforts? And then two, how well connected are those efforts and those activists to other movements that are trying to sow distrust in other Western democracies?
So I think I would take a sort of before 2020 and after 2020 lens on answering this question. Because before 2020, there was very little, I would think, systematic efforts to subvert US elections. And I use that term deliberately because election subversion is a distinct category of offenses from election manipulation or voter suppression. You know, that is to say, trying to rig the election before it starts through tools like gerrymandering or voter ID laws that disenfranchise certain groups. Those tactics are less effective and less threatening than election subversion, as far as I can tell, which is an effort to use the law to outright overturn the will of the voters after it's done, throw out legitimate ballots on false pretexts, that kind of thing. That was done in a very ad hoc way in the 2020 election. The Trump people didn't really have a good plan in place for how they were going to try to overturn the election. They tried all sorts of different things. None of them really got off the ground very well. That's sort of why you ended up with January 6th. And why you ended up with an actual violent movement on the day that the votes were being finalized, basically. After 2020, things are quite different, right? You started to see efforts at not only organization among anti-democratic factions of the Republican Party around the idea that the election was fraudulent, which vast majorities of Republican voters still say they believe. Right, so that's clearly the dominant position of the party. But you've also seen an escalation in certain kinds of tactics. Right, so state legislatures have become considering more aggressive laws to interfere with the voting process. The most notable one here is Georgia's law, which allows for the state legislature to take over local voting counting procedures, essentially opening the door for partisan interference in the process of tallying votes, which is, I think, one of the most disturbing laws that's been passed in the country. But even more aggressive ones have been proposed in states like Arizona that would allow them to, the state legislature, again, to overturn the will of the voters, right? To just say, no, we're appointing our own set of electors to the electoral college and basically trying to pick the state's choice for president on our own. And then you have a massive, I think clearly coordinated through certain different mechanisms, wave of Republican activists getting involved at the very local level, of people running for local.
And these are people campaigning now to run the election process, for example.
Correct. Yeah, and they're, you've seen massive upticks without any parallel on the Democratic side. And normally you'd think that's a good thing, right? It is good for more citizens and individuals to get involved in democracy. But a lot of these people tend to be people who deeply believe that the election was stolen. And it creates this weird situation where a false belief that the election was stolen is creating the risk of an actual election theft by the people who claim to oppose election theft. It's almost difficult to wrap your head around that this is the motivation. You're also seeing state Secretary of State candidates who forming a formal alliance. That these are people who are in charge of election administration at the state level, literally forming a formal alliance of people who believe the election was stolen and want to change the system in certain unspecified ways to favor the GOP and their candidates, or to stop what they would call voter fraud. And what's notable about this, in addition to the threat it poses to the integrity of American elections, is the degree to which there are starting to develop open affinities with anti-democratic leaders abroad. Right, so they will deny that this is anti-democratic. It's part of the sort of game that elected authoritarians play in all sorts of different countries, right? But they say we're the ones who are actually protecting democracy while they are doing things that undermine it. So I think the strongest affinity between the American sort of we have to kill democracy to save it types and any kind of foreign leaders abroad is clearly Hungary. Right, so you'll see in the run-up to the Hungarian election, which is on April 3rd, there are two separate conferences happening in Europe that are sponsored by American right-wing groups. One of them is in Brussels, and then the next one's in Budapest. CPAC, right, the flagship gathering of the American conservative movement, is holding an offshoot branch just before the Hungarian election, like a little more than a week before, in the Hungarian capital. And that, to me, is a real sign of a sort of growing affinity, if not like direct copying of tactics, at least of Americans copying Hungarian tactics. I believe there's some evidence that Hungarians are copying American tactics, or have in the past, but not the other way around yet. So there's an emerging movement on the international level, but on the domestic level, it's very clearly established.
I was about to say excellent, but that's the wrong way to react to that information. Thank you. I think it was the correct word. Gulalai, how familiar does this sound to you in the Pakistani context? What are the most common, most successful vote manipulation tactics that you've seen in Pakistan?
All of the tactics that have been shared are very popular, very common in Pakistan. In Pakistani context, we often refer to the term as political engineering when we talk of vote manipulation or managing elections. If we look at the history of Pakistan, in the past 70 years of Pakistan has alternated between quasi-democracy and pure democracy rule. But over the past decade, Pakistan had witnessed democracy at its most undiluted form. And now the threat is not from direct military coup, but from creeping coup. Like in the past, the military establishment would either like direct stage a coup or use special powers to sack an elected government. Now they have learned that it can lead to, of course, sanctions, and it can lead to difficulties at the international stage. So now they have started using all other means to manipulate elections, to do political engineering. And the political parties also have learned the lesson that to win elections and to form a government, they have to appease the military establishment. And when I say military establishment, it means the top brass of Pakistan Army and the intelligence agencies of Pakistan. So they have learned, the political parties, that they are the right people to appease. So elections have kind of become a musical chair game where which is controlled by the military establishment. And what are some of the major tactics that are used by the powerful military establishment of Pakistan is, number one, the judiciary-military nexus, that is the judicial persecution of popular politicians, the unfavored politicians. For example, we have seen in Pakistan that even the elected prime ministers have been, while they were serving their terms, they were declared as ineligible and they were removed from their positions. A former judge, actually recently, a former judge of Islamabad High Court, he came public and he accused intelligence agencies of micromanaging the courts in Pakistan so that certain politicians can be kept in prison and they cannot be let out to kind of take part in either election campaigning or even to declare them ineligible. And we have also seen that hundreds of, like in the last general elections in Pakistan were in 2018. In the whole history of Pakistan, Pakistan has only witnessed 3 elections and 2 peaceful transitions. And we witnessed that hundreds of political workers of unfavored political parties were actually arrested to damage or to control the election campaigning. But the others were, beside this very strong judiciary and military nexus, what we have seen, which is extremely dangerous, is actually letting proscribed militant organizations to run for elections. They were either facilitated to run for elections or they were kind of just let free. And the purpose was to divide the vote bank of popular political parties. For example, in last elections, we saw that Pakistan removed a terrorist, a sectarian terrorist whose name was Maulana Muhammad Ahmad Ludhianvi, who was involved in sectarian terrorist activities. He was removed from watch list and he was given a free ground to do election campaigning, to contest elections under a different name of a different political party. Another terrorist, Hafiz Saeed, who is on a UN terror blacklist, on a UN terror list, because he is allegedly involved in the Mumbai attacks in India, which killed 166 people in 2008. He was led to run elections through the banner of a different political party. Many terrorists, like hundreds of people, were running for elections from the platform of those militant organizations. So the purpose was to divide the vote bank, but in the process, it just didn't divide the vote bank of the most popular political parties. It also increased religious militancy in the country. Freedom of movement is curbed. This is a very kind of classical tactic in Pakistan, that the freedom of movement of certain politicians will be restricted. They will be house arrested, and they will not be they are not allowed to take part in election campaigning. So on one hand, the secular or popular political activists or candidates would be put under restrictions, and on the other hand, terrorists or militants will be given a free hand to do election campaigning. In the previous elections, what we saw was extremely dangerous, was military given a large role in administrating the voting process. More than 0.3 million military troops were actually deployed on the election day to administer the elections. And in a country like Pakistan, where the military establishment is accused of political engineering, of course, that was seen as an attack on the free elections. And then the other one, which we had already talked about, is controlling perceptions through media. We have seen in the last decade that media freedoms have been curbed. Journalists were abducted. They faced arbitrary detentions. Certain newspapers, their hawkers were not allowed to distribute certain newspapers. For months, newspapers were not allowed to be distributed so that the public perception can be managed. TV channels the cable operators were told to take off air certain TV channels, and even they were blackmailed through financial controls, like advertisements won't be given to them. Advertising companies were asked by the military establishment not to give advertisement to certain TV channels to kind of bring them on knees. So there was journalists has been facing harassment, and it was Amnesty International also, of course, they also, they had also serious allegations about the arbitrary detentions and restrictions on the media. Social media was, and when most of the journalists who were neutral, they lost their jobs before the elections, because if they were not willing to do the propaganda of the military establishment, the TV channels were forced to remove them from their jobs. And of course, the digital disinformation also now plays a very important role. So social media and traditional media both were used to spread disinformation around, about certain politicians which were unfavored. And then also, of course, all those tactics which have already been mentioned, like censors just before the elections, and gerrymandering, capturing political booths, that it was also very common, though now the election
an extremely comprehensive set of threats that you're facing in Pakistan.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
So
yes, sorry, go on.
Yeah, like I was saying that now you will not see, like you won't expect election day rigging nowadays, but in recent by-elections, we saw that 20 presiding officers disappeared all of a sudden in a by-elections, and they remained disappeared for 6 hours to manipulate vote counting. So though we don't expect it to happen, but sometimes even that happened in Pakistan now.
That is a lot to absorb. Thank you for sharing all of that. What comes across in each of your answers is that the administration of elections really matters, and there are a lot of touch points where it can go wrong if you want to manipulate those roles. I wanted to bring in an audience question, and it's so to each of you. George from Kampala in Uganda asks, how can we boost democracy and protect voting rights in the least developed countries? It's been a while since we heard from you, Ingeborg. I'll turn back to you.
How can we what?
How can we boost democracy and protect voting rights in the least developed countries?
Oh, that's it's maybe difficult for me to answer, because I have not been working in these least developed countries. I've been working mainly in Europe and Central Asia, eastern part of Europe and Central Asia, which are quite developed countries. But the thing is, and what's important to have in mind, that you could have elections without, having a genuine democracy. You cannot have democracy without elections, but you can have elections without having genuine democracy. So elections and the right to vote is not the only thing to aim for. It is really important that the right to vote and organizing proper election goes hand in hand with the fundamental freedoms of assembly, of association, of expression, because without these fundamental freedoms, the elections are kind of meaningless. So this has to be ensured that this goes hand in hand.
Zach, is there any lesson? It sometimes feels like the US is not the most developed country itself. There's such an uneven experience within the US. But is there anything from those varied experiences that you think can be applied to assist the situation in the least developed countries?
The experience from these countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Yeah, I think, what is important is to actually, and that's because we talked about election administration, it is really important to have that election administration that is not partial, that is not taking a stand, that is professional. I think that is one of the most important things, and that we saw here in Iraq in the last elections, which made a huge difference, not to have a politically shall we say, motivated or selected election administration, because I think that's the way first we have to try to organize election day in a proper manner, but it has to go hand in hand with other things, and the election day will not be proper without a proper election administration.
I would add to that, based on the historical American experience, not as much the contemporary one, that the United States had a problem, a significant problem, one that collapsed democracy in parts of it with electoral violence. We don't remember this nearly so well most of the time because the US is held up as this paragon of democracy. But after the Civil War, the Confederacy and the former elements of the Confederacy formed a kind of insurgency in the South designed to prevent African Americans from exercising the right to franchise. And there was significant violence directed both at Blacks and white Republicans who were attempting to stand up a multiracial democratic regime in those countries, often with the tacit approval of vast swaths of the population there. The lesson I take from that is that's I think relevant to a lot of developing countries today, is that it's vitally important to have state security services that are not adjuncts to one particular political faction, just as important in some cases as electoral administration itself. If the security forces can be expected to crack down on violent factions and can take violence aimed at intimidating voters seriously and deal with threats emanating from all sides of the political spectrum, it's much more likely for a democracy to survive in a fragile environment. The lesson that we had from the US in the 1860s and 70s is that when there's an inability by authorities to deal with these violent factions, they can often succeed in accomplishing their goals of essentially making elections hollowed out and meaningless, even if they don't succeed at formally overthrowing the regime that they're challenging or toppling the central government.
I agree with you that the security is key, but that has not only to do with the military, because if there are a lot of uncontrolled weapons, a lot of militias, that can also be a major threat to the process. So that also has to be under control, and security is a key issue for elections.
Yes, and especially in countries like Pakistan, like where we know that military are deploying troops would mean unfair elections, and it can mean that one political party will be favored over the other. So coming from a least developing country, one of our lesson is that for free and fair elections, what is needed is for the political parties to build alliances and to come together against the non-democratic forces. That is really vital to not kind of like not fall into prey and not try to appease the non-democratic forces, but instead build alliances with each other. That is very important. And the other lesson that we have learned is to have legal infrastructures or legal systems in place which can prevent voter manipulation. For example, in Pakistan, for a very long time, it was very common for political parties, for the local elites to come together, and they would sign agreements which would say that women, because of the tribal customs or religious customs, women in this specific constituency will not vote. And everyone would agree, and women would not be allowed to vote. But because of the advocacy of rights group, a few years ago, Pakistan actually passed laws which now prohibit kind of like women from a ban on women votes. And now if there is in any constituency, if the total number of female voter turnout is less than 10%, then those elections are considered null and void and elections have to be reorganized. So that is kind of like one system that had been put in place. Another system that had been put in place by Pakistan after learning from its lesson is that making sure that there is like a form, we call it Form 45, and which has to be, it is kind of like a voting count form, and political agents of all political parties are supposed to sign that form. And if that form is not signed, it means that election in that constituency or the voting count was manipulated. So I think there are like different systems that can be put in place, but the most important, I think, is the alliance of political parties to come together and stand against the non-democratic forces.
I want to briefly pick up on that point just in the last couple of minutes of our discussion. In some ways, we may be able to see a range of different elections from Hungary, where you see a coalition candidate that sort of, after 10 years of Viktor Orban hijacking and manipulating to various degrees the institutions of Hungary, the opposition parties are finally coming together to have a coalition candidate. Joe Biden, in some ways, was the coalition candidate against Trump, someone who didn't have a huge base or surge of popularity within his own party, but was, kind of least offensive to the largest group of people and was able to win the election on that basis. I know that's going into sort of political tactics now, so don't answer if you don't feel comfortable answering. But is that where we're headed now, where in order to protect democracy, we're going to have to think beyond these old party labels and systems to stop the people who are trying to hijack democracy?
Well, I think it's a simple and objective fact that in a lot of, especially Western Europe and in the United States, there's a lot of decay in public faith in the mainstream political parties. It's true, I guess, in other parts of Europe as well, but in a lot of the old established democracies, there are exceptions. So despite the trucker protest in Canada, for example, there's the mainstream consensus and faith in established parties is surprisingly high there. And so again, there's significant variation inside democracies, one that often correlates to the nature of threat to democracy, which is not a surprise, right? When people have more faith in mainstream parties, there's less likely to be support for anti-democratic factions. So this speaks to your question about coalition, I think, in two ways, right? Like first, when you have a situation of widespread public mistrust or hostility towards the political system or fundamental polarization over issues, you really are forced into the situation where there's an anti-democratic side and a democratic side. So like, to me, the paradigmatic example of this is not the United States or Hungary, but actually Israel, which currently has a coalition government of parties that range from the far right to the far left, basically, of the Israeli political spectrum, united only by their shared belief that the government, the right-wing government that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu led for many years prior to this, had become a threat to democracy in their country, or at least a threat to their own ability to participate fairly and to keep the system non-corrupt. So they came up with some kind of weird alliance, and Israeli democracy has tremendous problems, not the least of which is the occupation. But this was, and the formation of this coalition was, to me, an example of exactly the type of approach you're describing in practice. But that's when a system is suffering a severe democratic threat, right? Like in Hungary or in the United States. In other countries, Germany here is a good example, I think. You have the ability of mainstream parties to they don't need to form like an everyone agrees on being pro-democracy coalition, because the anti-democratic, even anti-democratic is sort of a stretch for AfD, the far right party there, right? The party that presents a challenge to liberal values, I would say, represents only a fringe of voters. And so you can impose like a cordon sanitaire that is sort of the traditional tactic used in a lot of parliamentary democracies that basically allows, is an agreement not for everybody to unite in one big coalition, but simply to say we won't form a government with the support of this far-right faction. And that tactic has been around for a very long time and is highly effective when in fragmented parliamentary systems, when the anti-democratic faction only has a sort of, 10, 20% of voter support. In other countries, it's a very, very different situation.
Ingeborg, we have about a minute for any final thought from you.
Well, no, I think, what we have seen in some countries, that if there is an authoritarian regime of government, president, whatever you have, then often the way to go about it is, to try to establish a broad coalition even from left to right over the center. Seems to be, that what many of these political players try to do, because you are in a polarized country, you have to come up with something that can appeal to the majority of the people.
Thank you so much. I want to apologize to Richard from Accra and Tom from Denver. We didn't get to your questions, but Zach, Ingeborg, Gulalai, thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Barrett.
Hello, my name is Bobbin.
Hello, Jumbo. My name is Sheila Atieno Van de Graaf.
My name is Chris Crosby.
My name is Kylie, and I'm a second-year master's student in the International Studies program at the Joseph Corbell School.
Greetings. My name is Ajane Clemens, and I'm an assistant professor of public policy in Scrivener at Corbell.
I'm a first-year master's student in the International Studies program at the Joseph Corbell School. And what democracy means to me is the ability to really have a voice in how your country is run and to know that that voice is going to be heard.
Democracy to me means love and respect. Respect for yourself and respect for your neighbor.
Democracy is the closest a society can come to getting all of its members what they need and want in order to succeed in life.
Democracy is a continual work in progress, and everyone should be involved.
Everyone's voice is counted.
It's a system that ensures accountability for our leaders, our governments, and our socioeconomic system.
Democracies rely on trust, on faith, on hope, on belief.
It's by no means a perfect system, but it's a system that gives us the ability to really affect change and to see a real impact in the world around us every day.
Welcome back. We spoke earlier about our very splintered media environment and the impact that is having on democracy. And one of the issues that comes up repeatedly is regulation. Should we have it? What would it look like? Who would set the standards? Who would enforce the standards? Those are some of the things we're going to discuss today with our great panel. Let me introduce them. Nancy Ancrum is editorial page editor for the Miami Herald. Ellen Chen is professor at the Sturm College of Law at the University of Denver. And David Kaye is a clinical professor of law at UC Irvine. Also, he was a UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression from 2014 to 2020. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, I'd like to start with you. So the current discussion about regulation really does center around social media. And we heard Maria Ressa speak passionately earlier today about the need for government to police social media and protect its citizens. From where you sit, do you agree with the premise that social media is corrosive to democracy?
I think it can be corrosive to democracy. We hear more about the corrosiveness than we do about what it does to encourage democracy. All sorts of democracy-loving people and organizations have been allowed to coalesce around issues, to come together, to fight for the integrity of the institutions that do uphold our democracy. Obviously, bad news does go farther, and we do need to address that corrosiveness. I don't know that government intervention is the way to do it, though.
I think members of the panel will agree with you on that. Alan, I would like to talk with you for a moment about some of the things that the platforms are already doing. They have deplatformed Donald Trump, for example. They label content, they take down content. Is that effective? Is it consistent? Is it anywhere near enough?
Sure. I think I like Nancy, I'm skeptical about the prospect of government regulation, especially about the content on social media. For better or worse, social media companies are publishers, and they have their own First Amendment rights and editorial rights of control. And so, but perhaps one thing that the debate about regulation has prompted social media companies to take it upon themselves to adopt certain mechanisms. So, for example, increased efforts at independent fact checking and sort of being able to promote independent fact checking sites. Some companies have, like Facebook, has started notice or labeling requirements, indicating where the reader or the consumer can identify the direct source of the stories that they're reading. And outside of the major companies, there are some technology startups that are now starting to develop some artificial intelligence mechanisms to promote and make it easier to detect fake news and misinformation. I think those types of private market-based solutions are probably both likely to be upheld and also maybe more effective than government regulation.
David, the right often says that when social media companies take this kind of a step, they are trying to silence the right end of the spectrum. Are they correct?
There's no evidence, excuse me, there's no evidence that there's any kind of sort of political bent of the platforms. I have not seen that evidence. In fact, you might look at it the other way and see that the platforms have offered enormous space for extremist content. And if you look at the top 10 sites on Facebook, for example, they're very often sites that are popular on the right. And so I really don't see it that way. But I do see that the platforms over the last several years have, as Alan suggested, created a kind of rich set of rules that almost, if the question is about regulation, it almost looks like they're the regulators. They're the governors of this space. And so that's been, I think, part of the result of the public concern over their impact on public space. And I think that that's something that we need to take into account as we move towards regulation.
So do we want Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, to be governing what we're reading on social media, David?
Well, no, of course, we don't want any single person to be governing, to be responsible for saying this is okay and this is not, this is kosher and this is not kosher. That is a threat to the public space. But I also think we need to be mindful of the fact that the platforms are not simply one thing in one place. The platforms in the United States, for example, are part of a rich environment of freedom of expression and media. Nancy will tell you, the newspapers are obviously suffering in many respects at the moment, but they are a part of a big conversation as compared to a place like Cambodia, for example, where you have state media or you have Facebook. That's not to say that Facebook is necessarily an unalloyed good, but it's a very different conversation. And so as we think about regulation, we also need to be thinking about the impact of any step that we take on those places where actually the platforms are serving as a place for public debate that it isn't otherwise available.
Can I follow up? I would just like to, I would like to piggyback on to what he said. The question was, do we want Mark Zuckerberg to be the arbiter? The answer is no, but it also calls to question who would be the arbiter? What values and what principles are being subscribed to? Mainstream media, newspapers in particular, do have a set of values that we mostly buy into just across the board in terms of truth, in terms of libel, and I mean, that's determined by law and in the courts too, in terms of fairness. Many newspapers have disabled their comments section because they cannot adequately monitor them, and the speech can get very, very hateful. But whether we're talking about a Mark Zuckerberg, private enterprise, or government regulators, who will be those arbiters? I don't trust, especially in these fractured times, I don't trust there to be a disinterested set of arbiters putting together regulations.
So just to follow up on that, it's an imperfect mechanism, but Facebook did try to set up its own internal, what they call the Supreme Court of Facebook, just sort of colloquially. And they were deliberate in choosing, they wanted to take the focus off of Mark Zuckerberg and say, we have an independent set of evaluators to help us review any content decisions and deplatforming decisions. And they consciously chose both conservative and liberal people to place on that board. I don't think it's a perfect system, but I think, again, it shows an effort, I think a good faith effort on Facebook's part to try to come up with a more independent mechanism about reviewing their decisions about content.
So we've been talking about the big boy, Facebook. Twitter also has taken steps to deplatform and monitor speech on its site. But don't people who have very strong and perhaps outside the bounds political and other views, don't they just migrate to other platforms that are not as attentive and are not doing anything about what's posted? David, do you want to tackle that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that's certainly true in the United States. So in North America or in Europe, where you do have a multiplicity of platforms. I mean, the problem is that these small, well, it's either a problem or a benefit, depends on which side, what your perspective is. Those smaller platforms simply don't have the reach that many of the people would like to have. I mean, they're on Facebook, they're on YouTube, they're on Twitter because they have enormous reach. There's billions of users, and also the attention of the media to those platforms is so extraordinary that when they're deplatformed from those places, or when the rules around hate speech or discrimination or misogyny are actually applied against them, that really deprives them of an audience. So that can be an effective approach. Now, of course, in these other places, we also need to be mindful of the fact that they can be organizing. We're just over a year after January 6th. I mean, we need to be clear that extremist kind of content isn't just about the content, it's also about the connections that people make. And so I think we need to be mindful of those. But I think the big dominant platforms are the ones that we need to be focusing on when it comes to that very specific question about their impact on democratic institutions and public life.
Alan, do the platforms really have a true interest in stopping misinformation and disinformation and highly toxic information? It makes money for them.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and one that I struggle with personally in thinking about these issues, which is, as the earlier panel discussed, it's really about the business model, right? And so, and it is true, there's cognitive psychology studies that show that people are more attracted or more likely to click on stories that make them angry than stories that sort of make them feel more positively about the world and about democracy. And I think that's a significant problem. But again, I think the deplatforming decisions that that Twitter has made, especially, I think are there's no question that that's costing them some money, because they're losing people from the platform, and so that's not completely in their economic interests. And I do think that the public pressure, there has been no time since the 2016 presidential election where the public concern about misinformation has been greater. And I think that public attention and that public pressure, in addition to maybe the threat of government regulation, even if that regulation is unlikely to come to fruition, is putting that kind of pressure on the platforms to make their own types of deplatforming decisions. And I hope that, I don't think that there's a lot of anger toward Facebook and Twitter. I don't think they're maliciously trying to undermine democracy. I think they're trying to respond in good faith, at least partly in good faith, to deal with some of these misinformation problems.
Alan, I think that one of your concerns is the First Amendment. Talk to us a little bit about how you fear regulation could interfere with that.
Sure. As I said earlier, social media companies have their own First Amendment rights, and as First Amendment doctrine is currently constructed, and this sort of goes to an important point that Nancy was making, which is, who do you trust to make the decisions about what we hear and what we consume and read? And for better or worse, it shouldn't be the government, and that's exactly what the First Amendment protects us from. And under current First Amendment doctrine, the government is really not permitted to regulate even false speech, except in certain circumstances where it causes a legally cognizable harm. So fraud, for example, is an area where the government can easily regulate false speech without violating the First Amendment. But that means that they have to show a pretty direct tie between the lie and a particular harm to particular people. When you're talking about the diffuse kinds of harms that misinformation causes to democracy, and I acknowledge that those are serious concerns, it's much harder for the government to identify exactly where the harm lies. And that makes it unlikely that most direct regulations, certainly direct regulation of the content on social media, would be struck down by virtually any federal judge in the country as a violation of the First Amendment.
So is there a little irony here that our commitment to the First Amendment could have the effect of undercutting democracy? David?
Yeah, it's a really great way to put it. I guess I would step back and say first that, look, the First Amendment is only applicable in the United States. And these are global platforms, for which the vast majority, almost 90% of Facebook's user base, for example, is outside the United States. And people outside the United States couldn't care less about the First Amendment. In fact, they think that our First Amendment is overzealous in protecting the rights of speakers as compared to the rights of audiences and public institutions. And there's a framework. There is a set of values. They're in international human rights law that is very protective of a freedom of expression and freedom of opinion and the right to assembly and privacy. That standard at least recognizes that there are some ways in which you can restrict expression as long as you meet a very high bar, and there's certain principles around that. And I think that set of standards, particularly if the companies adopt those standards rooted in human rights law, which, as we saw in the Facebook oversight board that Alan mentioned before, they are actually looking to that framework of freedom of expression, of international norms, in order to make their decisions. I think that's actually a pretty useful direction to go, that also gives us some room to think about how other stakeholders, other than simply governments, can be involved in assessing whether the platforms are behaving in an appropriate way given their impact on the public.
I wish that the First Amendment were as triggering among American citizens as the Second Amendment is. And I think that what people don't realize is that the First Amendment really empowers them to act, to speak out against speech they find offensive, to withdraw themselves from certain commercial interests, say like Spotify. It's not a First Amendment really issue, but that to me was the market working. Maybe you don't shut up Joe Rogan, but maybe, big name profitable artists withdraw their material, and that too has an effect. I do wish there were a way to really inform people that the First Amendment is there for them, outside of hate speech, extremism, and so forth.
Alan, one approach that's being discussed involves Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which would make the platforms responsible for user-generated content. What's your reaction to that approach? Would it work or not?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cutting back on Section 230's protections. I think it's just, first of all, I think it's unlikely that Section 230 is going to be modified in any significant way politically. So the other problem is it would be impossible to maintain any social media platform if the platforms themselves were liable for every single piece of content that goes out on their networks. And to some degree that might create some First Amendment problems, imposing that direct liability on the platforms themselves. It would be like making, Nancy mentioned comment sections on newspapers. It would be like making the Miami Herald liable for something that somebody posted in the comment section on a story. And that's problematic. Lots of these things sound appealing at first glance, but if you think about the long-term consequences of how they might affect democracy and speech for everybody, for people we don't want to suppress, I think we have to reconsider them, or at least think more carefully about how to address those issues.
David, the Europeans have been far more forward-leaning when it comes to regulation of tech. I'm wondering if there are lessons to be drawn from them, both positive and negative.
There are. In fact, Europe isn't all that different from where we are. Like at the present moment, the European approach to content is quite similar to Section 230. There's something that's, I don't want to get too technical about it, but a notice and takedown. So if a platform is not aware of any particular illegal content on the platform, they're not liable for it. There needs to be a notice element. At the end of the day, the rules aren't that different between the United States and Europe. But what the Europeans are doing right now, and this is in the context of their Digital Services Act and other matters related to democracy and tech, they are pushing in a direction of transparency, basically mandating that the platforms are clear, that they disclose what their rules are, how they apply those rules, and they make those disclosures not only to the individuals who might be subject to, say, a takedown or a deplatforming, but also make those rules and those enforcement actions known to the public. At the present, like you mentioned, the deplatforming of President Trump, that's a high profile issue. It's one case that, all the platforms were involved in, they did something. And so of course there's public attention, but this is happening every day and we have very little clarity into what those rules are. So I think that push towards transparency and to providing a little bit more autonomy to users and to public institutions is the direction, rather than substantively cutting back on Section 230 immunities, for example.
Alan, there's also been a lot of discussion about whether the platform should be more transparent about the algorithms which are driving content to people. Do you agree with that approach, and is it likely to go anywhere?
Yeah, so that's an interesting problem. It's not so much as a First Amendment problem or a free speech problem as it is an intellectual property problem, and I think that what the platforms are going to resist that on different grounds, which is that they develop these algorithms in ways that are valuable to the way their platforms operate. I do agree with David that some more transparency about the rules and the application of the rules would be a good direction to go in, and I think that's certainly less problematic from a First Amendment standpoint. But the algorithm thing, I think that's a little bit above my pay grade. It's more of an intellectual property issue, I think, than a free speech issue.
I've heard people suggest that there may be a middle way, that perhaps they provide the algorithms to researchers or to some government entity which agrees to protect the intellectual property side of things. Is that realistic?
Be certainly less problematic, I think. They would have, I think the companies would have to have pretty strong guarantees that information wouldn't be shared with their competitors in order to make that work, though.
But I do think, if I could jump in on this question, because I think you're hitting on a very important point, Jean, which is that there's sort of the role that the platforms play in deciding, what goes up and what comes down. And then there is sort of, this ties back to the business model question you asked earlier. There's that issue of not just whether they are moderating content, but whether they are, through their tools, their algorithmic tools, they are pushing out speech, pushing out content that might be particularly problematic. And the fact that that is so opaque, regardless of the intellectual property concerns around that opacity is what causes so much, I think, concern. And so, yes, for one thing, that needs to be opened up to researchers so that they understand, but also it needs to be opened up to policymakers, because there are real harms that can take place, maybe not harms that can be regulated under the First Amendment, but they are harms that we might put into categories that are more akin to fraud and other standards of essentially manipulation that really are deeply problematic. At the very least, we need to know how that operates, and we don't have a good grasp on that at the moment.
Alan, we have a question coming in, which sounds like it's tailor-made for you. This is from John in Boulder, who asked, does free speech need to be defined to outlaw lies and threats, building on Oliver Wendell Holmes not allowing to shout fire in a crowded theater?
Sure. A lot of times when we talk about free speech issues, we're dealing with the hardest problems our society addresses. That is, the Supreme Court doesn't generally deal in cases involving uncontroversial, nice speech. It's going to always involve more problematic, controversial types of expression. So threats are a different thing. So threats are an independent category of speech that are not protected under the First Amendment. Lies are a little more difficult to regulate under the current First Amendment doctrine, and it's because, as I mentioned earlier, who do you want to be the arbiter of what's true? Do you want it to be the government? And so think about the government that you would trust the least, and having them control or define what the truth is. Think about, I wanted to mention this earlier. So the Arab Spring was something where we saw both the social media be a generator of democratic action, and then the immediate government response was to shut down access to social media. So as somebody who is sort of very mistrustful of the government's decisions about expression, I understand that misinformation is a huge social and political problem, but direct government regulation is not the right answer.
Nancy, we have a question directed at you from Clayton King, who's a student at Corbell. With media shifting increasingly into the digital space, where are media regulators lagging the most in preventing potential harms? Your thoughts?
I'm not quite sure what Clayton means by media regulators. It's clearly not an issue for the FCC. We must so far self-regulate. We set our own standards. We believe they are rooted in long-time journalism standards, as I said earlier, of truth and fairness and presenting both sides, objectivity if it's the newsroom, well-rooted opinion, well-informed opinion if it's an editorial board. But as far as media regulators, I just don't think that they would really get a leg up in trying to regulate newspapers and their digital components.
Alan, we have a question for you as well. You've touched on this before, but because we have this question specifically directed at you, how do we differentiate between freedom of expression and blatantly false rhetoric? How do we rein in or at least label potentially dangerous lies, especially for politicians, without hampering freedoms?
Well, that's the $64,000 question. The problem is that whenever we attempt to regulate bad speech, we tend to be overbroad and end up regulating or chilling truthful and good speech as well. I think transparency, as David was alluding to, is perhaps the best we can hope for under our current regime, legal regime. Knowing more about the sources of stories, allowing people to track down what the original source of a particular story is. And sort of making people more aware of the possibilities of misinformation that they may be consuming. On your earlier panel, you were talking about sort of more civic education about helping people understand how to verify the sources that they're reading and consuming and basing their political decisions on. I think that's an effort that we could promote also.
David, I'd like to draw a little bit on your international experience. Could you give us some examples of how regulation, or under the guise of regulation, autocrats can really crack down and have cracked down on free speech in their countries?
Yeah, that's a great segue from the last question. Around the world, we see countries, authoritarian countries, but also countries that we thought were in a democratic camp, essentially redefining journalism, for example, as terrorism. That's been the case in Turkey, for example, where there are many, many journalists in prison for merely reporting on terrorism or on conflict. We also see in places like Egypt and in Malaysia and in other places, these attempts to basically say that the dissemination of false information, basically what they would say is reporting and government criticism, that can be criminalized as well. So that I think is one reason why we need to be so careful, not, even apart from the First Amendment, why we need to be so careful about how we define these kinds of issues. But I do want to make one other point also related to the general question about regulation. I mean, it does seem in the United States that every option is a bad option or a trade-off of some sort. And I think there are things that we can do. Now, Nancy was talking about sort of the self-regulatory model of journalism, which I think could give us some insights. Around the world, there are things called press councils. They're basically self-regulatory mechanisms that allow for other stakeholders outside of the media to present grievance when there is a particular issue of concern. And there's been an idea that has been pushed out there that is referred to as social media councils, where you actually bring in a variety of stakeholders. It could be civil society, it could be the press, it could be the companies themselves, and they can create almost like the Facebook oversight board, but for a more general cross-industry approach, a grievance mechanism for people to come and say, look, you're not dealing with this category of harm and you need to do it. It's not the power of the state, which is, I think, our main concern in freedom of expression when we give the government too much power, but it's the power of civil society and others to really articulate what should be the rules that are adopted by the platforms.
Nancy, what's your reaction to that kind of approach?
Some newspapers have in place a position called ombudsman, which becomes the kind of the interpreter of why a newspaper did a certain thing a certain way, usually in response to a grievance. And they are their effectiveness, I think, has been inconsistent. The satisfaction that the person who presents the grievance gets also is not necessarily known, but it is an entry point for many newspapers, many people in civil society.
I would love to leave our audience with a path forward. So I'd like to go to each one of you and have you give 1, 2, or 3 recommendations of things that can be done short of regulation that you actually think could have an impact addressing this very complex media environment. Alan, why don't I start with you?
Sure. So one of the things that I think has been promising has been the increase in visibility of independent fact-checking organizations like PolitiFact and Snopes. And I've actually worked with PolitiFact on a couple of issues, and it's pretty remarkable how quickly they're able to research and post a story. And I think that that's been an effect. And then many of the major newspapers have adopted their own fact checkers. So I think that that greater awareness of the fact that we can't necessarily believe everything we read is something that I think this is not just thinking about civics education. This is something about democracy, that everybody needs to be more skeptical and more careful about the news sources we reach out to. So I think that greater awareness about the problem of misinformation and public opinion polling shows that the American people, I don't know what international polling looks like, but the American people are aware this is a problem.
David, quickly, your thoughts on a few things that could be done?
Sure, very quickly. One, the companies themselves should adopt human rights standards to evaluate content and also to evaluate issues around their business model. And government, to the extent that it should avoid getting involved in specific content decisions, it can still mandate transparency, and it can also require companies to do their own kinds of impact assessments on all of their different products, something that is not public right now and is not required. Those are the kinds of things I would like to see.
Nancy, quickly, last word.
Right. I think that people need to realize the power of individual action and also group action in demanding that their media outlets are trustworthy, and reaching out to the leaders of those outlets, who should be very accessible and coming up with two-way conversations.
Thank you to my panel, Nancy Ancrum, Alan Chen, David Kaye. You've been great. And coming up, a discussion about democratic resistance. Stay with us.
Greetings and welcome to this panel on democratic resistance. My name is Rachel Epstein. I'm a professor at the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies, and we have two very distinguished panelists joining us for today's conversation. We have Damon Wilson, who is the CEO and president of the National Endowment for Democracy, and we also have Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who is the Democratic leader of Belarus. Welcome to you both, and thank you so much for being here. Svetlana, if I could, I'd like to start the panel with a question to you, which is, I wonder if you would be willing to give us a brief overview of the democratic movement in Belarus and how you arrived at this moment.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here and speak on behalf of all the Belarusians. In August 2020, we had elections that were stolen by the regime. Lukashenko, our ex-president, had been ruling our country for 27 years, but in 2020, Belarusians said no to him, and they voted for another person, for me, just to bring our country to democracy. People don't want to live under dictatorship anymore. We want to move further. But Lukashenko put our land into the hell since then. We experienced so many violence, so many humiliation, physical and moral. Since then, there were huge suppress of our movement. Thousands of people are in jail now, including my husband, Sergei Tikhanovsky, and Viktor Babarika, one of candidates for presidency. And hundreds of thousands of people had to flee the country because of repressions. All the alternative media have been closed in Belarus, and different organizations, NGOs also have been closed. So Lukashenko wants to silence up Belarusian people. He wanted to turn the page for Belarusians again became slaves of this dictatorship, but Belarusians woke up at last, and for more than a year and a half, we are continuing our fight from the ground, from exile. We mobilized Belarusian diaspora all over the world. We found so many allies among democratic countries, and I'm grateful for unity of democratic countries in the world that understand what we are fighting for, and they are on our side. And since then, Lukashenko isn't recognized as legitimate ruler of our country, and all his decisions, all his deals are not to be recognized as well. It is a difficult fight. People are really suffering in Belarus. People are scared, but despite of this, they are overstepping their fear, and every day do something. Maybe sometimes it's very small, but it's obvious for regime that people are not giving up. And it's easy to scare people with the help of violence and guns, but regime is afraid of peaceful people of Belarus. And our demands from the regime are very simple. We demand new elections where people will choose a person they want to see, as a president of our country. And of course, we are demanding release of all political prisoners and stop of repressions.
Thank you for that. I want to follow up, if I could, just briefly, because you describe a very difficult situation, which of course is in recent weeks become much more difficult with the Russian military presence now, which extends to Belarus. Do you have any recent news or fears about that particular situation and the prospects for democratic renewal in Belarus, given these new developments with the massing of Russian troops on Ukraine's borders?
Every day I'm watching videos and photos of troops movements in Belarus, and there are perhaps the biggest military exercises in the history of our country. And of course, it concerns me, it concerns Belarusians a lot. The drills are taking place in secrecy, and we have very little information what's going on. And the biggest question, will these troops leave Belarus after February 20th, when drills end? So if they stay, troops will become a threat to our sovereignty. And maybe Lukashenko thinks that he's controlling the situation, but is he? Therefore, I urge democratic countries, our allies, to pay more attention to what's going on in Belarus. I understand that all attention now is on Ukraine, but we shouldn't allow Belarus to become like small coin in a big political game. On the other hand, let's not forget how it all started, how it happened that Lukashenko became the threat to the whole region. We have, as I said, we have thousands of political prisoners, hundreds of journalists are working underground. So I urge the United States and the international community to keep Belarus on the agenda, and those who are fighting for democracy on a daily basis. As for our pro-democracy movement, it continues, it has never stopped. But if the threat to our independence becomes true, Belarusians will fight for it as bravely as they did the last 1.5 years. With these drills, Lukashenko wants to hide lawlessness, our domestic problems, behind something bigger, behind this Russian-Ukrainian relationship. But, we want to focus on Belarusian issue. And of course, we are keeping a close eye on these drills, and we are preparing for any scenarios.
Thank you for that answer. Damon Wilson, you have very long and deep experience in Europe. I wonder if you would be willing to comment on how you see Russia's conduct affecting the prospects for democracy in the region and beyond and elsewhere.
Thank you, Rachel. It's a real honor to be with you, and particularly an honor to be here with Svetlana. As she well knows, on my first day as president and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy, I met with Svetlana because what she represents really is the extraordinary resiliency and the demand for democracy. And she's helped lead a movement that has really awakened the people of Belarus. And you just don't put that back into a bottle. And as she said, Lukashenko fears people, his own people. This is what we see playing out right now in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin isn't afraid of Ukraine, or he doesn't fear an attack from NATO. He's actually afraid of the agency of people to determine their own future. And so what we see right now, the massing of 130,000 troops, the exercises that began ominously today in Belarus, the movement of Black Sea ships through the Mediterranean into the Black Sea, is really to now align the ability to strike on Ukraine and to repress its ability, the Ukrainian people's ability to determine their own future. This has profound consequences for the cause of freedom, the cause of democracy in the region and around the world today. Because with this, Vladimir Putin, thinking of his own legacy, of how he can restore a sense of Russian empire, how he can roll back the gains of the post-Cold War era, and how he can dominate certainly his neighbors, even as he frustrates Western powers in the United States, that there's a lot at stake in what's unwinding in Ukraine today. Even the story of Belarus, the repression that the people of Belarus faced was repression coached from the Kremlin, whether it was their media, advisors, and broadcasters during the crisis, to the coaching of Belarusian forces, to boa constrictor techniques to push back people on the streets and repress. We are seeing Vladimir Putin export the tools of autocracy, and it's about to take on an even more ominous stage in Ukraine.
Thank you. I wonder if you could take this opportunity to explain a little bit about what the National Endowment for Democracy does to assist specifically in countries like Belarus, in countries like Hungary, elsewhere in the world. Tell us a little bit more about your work and how you help movements realize the promise of democratic governance.
The National Endowment for Democracy is really, it's a beautiful, unique creature in that it was created by Congress and is funded by Congress, but set up to be an independent institution. It really grew out of the movement of labor unions under the Carter administration, support for human rights and support for solidarity in Poland, combined with President Reagan and a strong stand against communism, announcing 40 years this year in the Westminster speech, his intent to help support the creation of something what became the National Endowment for Democracy, passed with legislation on the Hill, but set up as an independent entity, bringing Democrats, Republicans, business, and labor together to say, despite our own differences at home, when we engage and support those overseas, it's with a sense of commitment of our values to stand by those that need support. Democratic institutions, practices and values, civil society, non-governmental organization groups, independent media. And so our approach is quite unique in that we don't have requests for bids. We don't say what we're trying to do. We listen. We say, what do you need? How can we help? Because it recognizes that the struggle for freedom, the struggle of democracy, it's not our struggle. It's not an American struggle. It's a universal aspiration, as the people of Belarus have shown, as the people of Ukraine are showing right now. And so what our job is to say, how can we be helpful? How can we support you? This is not a group of Americans showing up to say, here's how democracy works. We bring a healthy dose of humility to our work, even as we bring confidence to the values that unite us with our partners around the world.
Thank you. Svetlana, I wonder if you would like to answer some of Damon's questions. What can outsiders do to help? I think outsiders do want to assist in democratic movements. We are also, with humility, aware that sometimes external assistance can create backlashes that are actually not helpful to the democratic movements. So how would you answer Damon's question when Ned comes to you and says, how can we help? What do you say?
So first of all, I'm grateful to the international organizations that support Belarusian journalists, activists, and human rights defenders. And, of course, I would like to use this opportunity to thank Damon Wilson and NET for many years of support for Belarus, for our civil society groups. But in our situation, it's important to make assistance flexible so it can reach people on the ground, first of all, because regime does whatever it takes to make people feel abandoned. They closed all the organizations that through which this help could reach people in Belarus, and our situation is unconventional and it requires unconventional solutions. So we, again, we are grateful, all the organizations, they are trying to solve any problems. They are very open to our requests, and it's very easy and comfortable for us to work with such understandable organizations.
Great. So I have a couple audience questions that I'd like to put to both of you. The first one has to do with Belarus specifically, and I'd be eager to get your answers from both of you. So Lukashenko managed to stay in power. And so this audience member is wondering, in what tangible ways, despite the fact that Lukashenko managed to stay in power, did the protests in Belarus influence the political situation in Belarus?
Yeah, Lukashenko is still in power, but he's still in power thanks to violence, and it's easy to threaten people with the guns and repressions, and it's understandable. But Belarusians managed and are managing to keep regime in fear as well. They are afraid of Belarusians who are not giving up, who take every possible tools, to fight against this regime. We don't want to be on the same level with the regime and use violence from our side. I'm sure that in the 21st century, it's absolutely necessary to walk through diplomacy. We are civilized people, and our strength is our unity and our consistency. We managed for a year and a half to keep unity among democratic forces, among people in Belarus, among our international allies. There is absolute consensus about Belarusian situation. Everybody understands what we are fighting for. We are fighting for dignity, we are fighting for values, and we have to, to keep this path. So Lukashenko Lukashenko and his regime, his cronies, feel very fragile. That's why they need to escalate the situation, to hide behind more global issues, to make people forget about political and humanitarian situation in Belarus. And Lukashenko will never be able to gain his status of strong person in Belarus. He is not respected. People want him to leave, and he feels this. And he's very weak at the moment. And this is because of Belarusian people.
Good. Damon, would you like to comment on that and maybe also reflect on other democratic movements around the world, some of which have ousted autocratic regimes, others of which haven't, but might have had the kinds of lingering constructive effects that Svetlana just talked about?
Sure. First of all, in the context of Belarus, I mean, what Svetlana was part of was an awakening of the people of Belarus, and that the facade is gone, and that most of the people of Belarus understand that their leader stole this election and is retaining force through power and violence. And it just underscores this sense of resiliency. You can't extinguish that demand, that desire to be able to determine your own future. You look at Ukraine today, and what's unfolding in Ukraine today has a history. Stalin tried to wipe out the Ukrainian people with a great famine in 1932-33, where millions of Ukrainians died. And yet you see this extraordinary resilience. And it doesn't just depend on a leader. It shows the power of people to shape their destiny, whether it was the Orange Revolution, the Euromaidan, the vote of Ukrainians in 1991 that helped bring down the Soviet Union, or the activation and mobilization of civil society today, which is having to give the Kremlin second thoughts to think about an attack on Ukraine, to see an activated, mobilized people. And so I think part of what we're seeing is that the autocrats are learning. The dictator's learning curve is a thing. And it's been empowered by technology, by shared techniques. We see Lukashenko being coached from Moscow, and by turbocharged by technology, if you think about things like AI-enabled surveillance and what that means. So for those Democrats around the world, it does mean that they need to continue to think about, how do we innovate? How do we raise our game? How do we learn more quickly? And I think that's some of the ingenuity and creativity you see from this unleashing of individual action. And so it's a tough time. Rachel, you're right. Arguably, we are in the 16th year of a democratic recession, which is really characterized as much by an authoritarian resurgence driven by the sharp power of Russia, the sharp power of China. But at the same time, we see extraordinary success stories. Even this past year, which was a tough year, we saw democratic breakthroughs in Moldova, in Malawi, in Zambia, in Chile. We see opportunities that give us real inspiration. The people of Belarus, the people of Sudan, who have worked and struggled so hard against repression to determine their future. And so I think it really is a sense that what is a little bit lost in the world right now, we are in a moment where there are about 15 times more protests happening now than 3 times more protests happening now annually than 15 years ago. There is a fervent out there. And so yes, the information environment has led to more polarization and division, but it's also empowered activists and populations. And so this is a real struggle, and it is playing out. And you see, as you saw at the Olympics, President Putin, along with Xi Jinping, working together as autocrats to figure out how to make this world safe for autocracy and kleptocracy. And they've got some powerful weapons in their arsenal, but ultimately what they don't have is the hearts and minds of people that really want to have a say in determining their own future.
You just made an incredibly important point, which is that much of our conversation focused on democratic erosion. Of course, that's part of the impetus for the summit. On the other hand, I'm very grateful that you pointed out all the regions of the world where there is also democratic ferment and movement underway. And I think in that respect, I'd like to give Svetlana the last word about what your sources of hope are with respect to the specific case of Belarus.
My hope is in Belarusian people, and believe that democracy will win. As Mr. Damon said, that there is a democracy recession in the world, as Secretary Blinken called it, and we have to stand up for values. I really believe that democracy has its own teeth, and we have to show this teeth. And it's moral obligation of every country who that already gained democracy to stand with those countries who are still on their path to democratic changes. And it's important to support every country that is fighting for our common values. But I want to underline that in the 21st century, it's essential to do this through peaceful methods, through peaceful tools.
Thank you, Svetlana. We admire you enormously. We are keeping a very close eye on your part of the world, and we wish you and your people peace and freedom, certainly. Damon, do you want to share any last thoughts?
You're here, Rachel. You said it perfectly. I mean, I come to work every day just totally inspired by seeing people like Svetlana, the people of Belarus, by seeing Ukrainians and their creativity, by seeing how the Taiwanese rally around other democracies under assault. And it reminds me, despite the setbacks, to understand that there is momentum for a democratic renewal. And when we watch Vladimir Putin or Daniel Ortega, or we will see this in Lukashenko, we see dictators have to go through the motions of complete sham, fraudulent exercises in democracy, because we sort of won the existential argument that legitimacy rests in the people. Legitimacy rests in the power of the people. And I think one of the things that is happening right now, people question sometimes, is the United States able to provide this leadership? what we show and what we feel at the endowment is that democracy isn't the answer to everything. It's a process by which people can make their own mistakes, but have a self-correcting mechanism to hold themselves accountable. And it's with that humility that Americans work on our democracy, just as Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Russians should have the ability to shape their own future and their own democracy. And so in this crisis right now, what Russia is threatening to do in Ukraine is all about the future of freedom in the world. It demands a moment of democratic solidarity and unity in support of Ukrainians. And it demands, I think, an understanding that the ability to thwart the Kremlin's aggression in Ukraine is actually going to open the pathway, I think, over the long term to a better pathway for the Russian people themselves.
Good. Thank you. I want to thank both my panelists so much for being here. And I want to encourage the audience to stay for our next panel, which is going to be on democracies and climate change. Thank you both so much. We really appreciate you joining us for this event.
Our pleasure, our honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. There is one challenge that every government in the world, democratic or autocratic, is facing, and that is climate change. It requires urgent action. It requires multilateral action. And one question is whether democracies can produce results on the fast timeline that is required. To discuss this, let me introduce our panel. We have with us Stephanie Eppner. She is a senior advisor on climate change and foreign policy at the State Department. Rachel Kite, she is Dean of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University, and David Orr, Professor of Practice at Arizona State University and a Distinguished Professor Emeritus at Oberlin College. Thank you all for being with me here today. Rachel Kite, I'd like to start with you if I could. President Biden, as a candidate, promised aggressive action on climate change, and he has chalked up some wins. However, his Build Back Better plan, which include massive amounts of funding for climate change initiatives, was defeated in the Senate. Is this an illustration of how hamstrung democracies can be in trying to address this very urgent crisis?
Well, it's an illustration of the fact that climate change is everything, and everything is impacted by climate change. And that's not been the discussion that we've been having. That's not been the public engagement for a while. So it's very difficult to bring comprehensive legislation onto the ground and expect to sort of just be able to move it through quickly. And also you can't take it out of the context of what's going on in just the political substructure and the amount of vested interest and middlemen and money that does very well out of the old fossil fuel powered economy that hasn't yet given up its grip on power. So I think we've seen in the United States, but we can see around the world, Australia and other countries, that we're talking about transitions. Climate action requires a transition through the energy system. It requires a food system transition, a financial system transition, which means going into a very different way of imagining and regulating our economy across all sectors. That isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to be one step or two steps forward and one step back. And it means also a very different bottom-up conversation as people understand their own resilience and their need to be able to be resilient in the face of climate impacts, and then a top-down conversation based on the science, explaining what the options are and why we're going to do things today which will reap benefits in 5 or 10 years' time, but we might not see the benefit tomorrow. That's a very different kind of public conversation where you can leave no one behind democracies on paper should be able to do that well, but our democracies are weak for other reasons, and climate change is showing how difficult that is.
Stephanie, let me ask you to respond as our representative of the administration here. Do you think the administration did a good enough job explaining how critical the linkage was between this legislation and the climate change situation?
I think, from day one, the president, and frankly, before day one, on the campaign trail as well, the president has been crystal clear about the priority level he views climate change with. And that's been true at the State Department. It's been true at the White House. It's been true at the EPA. It's been true in every agency, frankly, in his administration. I think people have gotten their marching orders that this is a top priority. In our engagement with the public and the Hill, the work continues. I think certainly connecting the dots, as Rachel indicated, is a huge part of this. It's not just about even energy, or it's not just about the tropes that have been floating around, the criticisms about hamburgers and that sort of thing. It's really about everything. Climate change is going to fundamentally change the way that we live. It's going to change our security landscape. It's going to change any number of things. And that's why it's so important. But what we've also tried to focus on are the enormous opportunities for America, the enormous potential for leadership in a variety of sectors that are going to be fundamental to transforming not just the United States, but the world over the course of the coming decades, because we know the writing is on the wall. That transformation will need to happen. I think the Hill conversation also continues, and we know that there are multiple paths to reaching the ambitious goals that the president has set out, including the national determined contribution, the international target he set of reducing our emissions by 50 to 52% below the 2005 levels come 2030. We're taking a number of actions right now. The infrastructure law, the bipartisan infrastructure law, will help us get well on our way. And we're taking a number of executive actions as well. We're working with our Senate colleagues, I know, with Senator Manchin and everyone else on the Hill to help them find ways to make progress, because we really need to be pushing on this from every direction. And I don't think for one second we're letting up on our commitment to the goals that we set from day one of this administration.
David, Rachel mentioned that money played a part in this. Talk to me for a moment, if you would, about the fate of Build Back Better and whether you think it demonstrates the role that corporate money is playing in the ability of this democracy in particular to make progress.
Well, I think it is. And I think to follow Stephanie, I would say that the administration has done something that really is quite notable and quite good. It's tried to see the climate issue as a systemic issue and join different agencies of government together in a unified purpose. The difficulty with Build Back Better is obvious. The short-term interests, and particularly of a few states and a few senators, has blocked this, but that's nothing new. Money in politics, as we've known for a long time, has corrupted our ability to reckon with these kind of long-term issues. I think in stepping back too, any response to climate change has to be done in the recognition that this is what's been called a long emergency. It's not going to end quickly. It won't end until we've restored the heat balance of the planet, and that's a long time off. But the steps from here to there are obvious in the beginning, and I think the administration's done an exceptionally good job at laying that out. Bringing the American public along in the middle of an insurrection is a tricky thing, though, as we're seeing.
Rachel, democracy is messy, and it operates on a cycle, which is 4 years long, sometimes 2 years long, with midterms coming up. Does that make it difficult for a democracy, whether it's the United States or another around the world, to deal with a long-term problem like climate change, because you have shifting personalities and policies?
I'm not sure that it makes that it's an issue of democracy. The short-termism is in politics, electoral politics. The short-termism is in the financial system as well. And the two coming together have given us what has been described as a tragedy of the horizon, which is that the decision-making is just taking account of today, quarterly returns, electoral results 2 or 4 years out. So the ability to be able to ratchet progress over a longer time frame is one that you see different countries and different governments, or all democracies, wrestling with. And you see countries enshrining in legislation long-term targets, and then creating statutory bodies that guide government towards that target. You see in most countries an ability to get over a sort of partisan discussion of the what, and they're now having partisan fights about the how. I think we're still stuck in the United States having a discussion about the what because of the quite extraordinary amount of money in politics, which is different, I think, than other democracies around the world. So the question of the how is where it becomes really important. And this is actually where democracies should be an advantage, because the how is about everybody imagining how their life is going to be better as we tackle these extraordinary problems. And so at the city level, we have to have, as we've learned through the pandemic, policies that allow us to take care of each other in order to be able to take care of ourselves. So a city is not going to thrive if large parts of the cities where low-income populations live are uninhabitable because of extreme heat. So I think that we have to put democracy in action at the local level. And then what the federal government has to do is find a way to put long-term targets in place so that they can't get battered about, on each electoral cycle, or in this country, between different parties that haven't yet agreed that this is an emergency.
David, you've written that we need to reinvent or reimagine democracy to cope more effectively with climate change. Explain what you're talking about.
And we've got a couple hours to discuss that.
We don't. We only have a couple of minutes.
If I can step back a minute, COVID was like a stress test for us, and exposed a lot of the things that we're going to see that we have to reckon with in terms of climate change as the planet warms. So if democracy 1.0 was Greek democracy, and maybe call a democracy of Jefferson and Madison 2.0, and in between, so this is 3.0. And if you were to ask the question, can democracy deal with climate change as it's conceived now, the answer, I think, has to be no. I think we have to deal with money in politics. We have to learn how to calibrate the way we govern and do the public business with how Earth works as a physical system. That's a long-term challenge. That's both democracy and then the elected governance system. So how do we reckon with this over the longer term? And that's we're going to have to reinvent a democracy. I think it's going to start with a lot of civic education. That's why educational institutions need to be important players here. And then a lot of deep thinking about how we begin to adjust how we do the public business in a democratic way. And I think Stephanie and Rachel are exactly right that we have an advantage as democracy because this is all hands on deck time. And we need the ingenuity of 335 million Americans applied to this, whether it's kids in their local schools or farmers out in Kansas or people developing solar utilities in various cities. But I think we have an advantage there. And then the other advantage, I think, is the free flow of information. That's why a free press is so critically important to engage the public and find solutions. But this is going to be a test of ingenuity.
Are existing multilateral institutions up for dealing with this job? Or Stephanie, do we need new configurations and new collaborations to make significant progress?
I think the answer is both and. One way that the Biden administration has been putting climate at the center of our foreign policy has been by elevating the role that it plays in any number of multilateral fora. So not only the UNFCCC, though, of course, we rejoined the Paris Agreement and are now heavily engaged on that global effort as well. But we also have engaged heavily in bringing climate to the forefront of discussions at NATO, at the UN Security Council, in the G7, even in the G20. These conversations everywhere policy is being discussed, whether it's a global policy, whether it's security policy or economic policy or anything in between, trade policy, maritime policy, climate has a role to play in all of these fora. And it is something that's well understood. We're certainly driving a lot of it, but our international partners, in most cases, very much understand why the fora need to be adapted to look through their challenges through a climate lens. But absolutely, you could see additional institutions being developed to address this challenge as different aspects of it come to the forefront, and we realize that some of our existing tools aren't working. And some of the new arrangements or revived arrangements that the Biden administration has engaged in, things like the Quad, which right now Secretary Blinken is out in Australia. This is a group of the US, Australia, Japan, and India. Climate is a central piece of that diplomatic arrangement. We talk about a range of issues as the 4 countries, but we certainly talk about climate and we talk about energy. So I think it's anywhere we can engage on climate. That's exactly what we're seeking to do.
I really want Rachel to weigh in here. She has deep international experience, particularly in the financial realm. And you know, this is going to take money. So Rachel, give us your thoughts.
Well, so to spice it up a little bit, the answer to your original question is, do we have the Multilateral Institute? No, absolutely not. No, no, no. And if you were an alien and you came down and landed on Earth and you knew there was a climate emergency, it would be puzzling to you why the Security Council doesn't have this as a real theme of work, and that when they do actually discuss it, one of the P5 can sort of veto any really, intelligent outcome from that discussion. It would also be confusing to you why, as democracies, we can work together with Australia, but when we sign trade agreements, as the UK just did with Australia, there's no real mention of climate in there as well. And if this were an emergency and we were allies of democracies, we'd be asking each other, in our trade agreement, how can we help Australia meet its net zero target? And how can Australia help the UK meet its net zero target? So we have not yet internalized the climate crisis into our multilateral system. The UN is struggling. The World Bank and the IMF were created for a crisis in the 1940s, and they have not internalized how their articles could work for this crisis. And I think that this is actually a redesign moment. It's a reset moment. And I think COVID, to go back to the point that David made, COVID has ripped the Band-Aid off how brittle the international system is and how we need something else. The final point is that there is no solution to any of these problems without an engaged private sector. Again, something that should give democracies an advantage. And most of our multilateral system doesn't know how to work well with the private sector.
I want to work in a couple of audience questions here. The first one comes from Portland. He's in Denver and writes, how do democracies address climate change given the rampant divisions and partisanship in many countries? David, do you want to tackle that?
Is there an easier question in the queue there?
No, none of them are easy.
Well, we've got to work through a tough period in American history. This is people are now talking seriously about a civil war and conflict, whatever that might mean, and whatever you think about that. But it's a tough period. And I think restoring civility is essential to democracy. The word civility and civic and citizen all are linked for good reason. And I think we have to learn how to talk to each other again. That's not going to be a quick fix. One of the things I hang my hat in an educational institution, as does Rachel, and I think that we have to educate a generation that can talk to each other across their differences. And climate change isn't a liberal or conservative issue. It's forward or backward. And the rules of the game of democracy, I think, have to be underscored here. If you imagine a football game without rules and referees, and teams show up with hand grenades and Uzis, that's not football, that's war. And that's where we've come to in American political discourse. So this is an appeal to the angels of our better nature to rise above this discord. I think it would help a great deal to be able to control the venom that drips into the body politic. I don't think you can have that much lies and information dripping into the bloodstream of the political system and run a democracy. Now that raises other big issues, the First Amendment and freedoms and so forth. I'll leave that to other people. But I think there's a real challenge to rebuild a civic awareness and devotion to that civic structure that is the United States and the global community.
We have a linked question, and Rachel, I'm going to put this in your direction. Matthew, a Corbell student, asks, why have civil society efforts surrounding climate change failed to develop into comprehensive climate policy in the US?
Well, I think there's extraordinary new sort of momentum over the last few years, in particular from young people, from middle schoolers all the way up. I think that that's the pressure that representatives locally, state, and then federal are going to have to respond to. And I think that is shaping. I mean, I think that the commitment, President Biden ran on a climate ticket, and I think that's a response to that kind of movement. Now we need to see it move forward in terms of bills that pass Congress. I think there's something very different that these young people are saying. What I hear them saying to government is, tell us the truth. Tell people the truth, and then the people can be mobilized. I think that's extraordinarily important. And when we look around the world and we see leaders of democracies that are doing well in managing the pandemic, but also managing the climate conversation, they are using some kind of reciprocal vulnerability. They're saying, this is going to be an extraordinary task that will take everyone. We don't have every answer right now, but together we will be able to figure it out over the course of the next 20 years. And that engages people and allows for more social trust, as David was saying. We don't have a lot of that reciprocal vulnerability in the way we lead in this country at the federal level at the moment.
Rachel, Stephanie, climate change is going to have profound impacts. We're potentially going to have food shortages, water shortages, conflict, migration, economic decline. Are those forces going to undermine democracies around the world?
Look, I think it's something that we are endeavoring to plan for and prepare for now to reduce the risk of those things. We know that climate change is a security risk. I agree with Rachel. It should be front and center in the UN Security Council discussions and any related conversations because of all of the reasons that you mentioned. It makes really tough situations even worse. The most vulnerable countries in the world, the most fragile states in the world are also the most climate vulnerable countries in many cases. So I think that there's a lot of effort to get our arms around that, to expand capacity in the intelligence community and to be partnering more with scientists to be better prepared for what we know is coming, not just in the United States, but around the world, and to help those that are really going to be hit hardest prepare for the worst. But I also think, we talk about building resilience quite a bit in climate circles and being ready. And part of building resilience is strengthening democracies. It's strengthening, support for good governance, for fighting corruption. These are the kinds of things that are essential to foster that element of trust, what Rachel was just describing. That's essential in the US. We have a lot of work to do, certainly here. But overseas, climate action is not just about, changing over to renewable energy, although those things are important. It's also making sure that as resources become increasingly scarce, that the governments are able to meet the needs of their citizens, and that in places where migration is necessary, that the populations that are forced to move aren't facing humanitarian crisis and not only having their shelter and food taken away, but also their democratic rights. We want to build resilience to those elements as well.
Rachel, do you think that autocrats might use some of these negative results of climate change to actually strengthen their grip?
I don't know whether they strengthen their grip. I think they're making. They've been able to make some sort of serious allegations against whether democracies are fit for purpose, and we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years, and we saw most recently in November at the climate talks that the Chinese were very eager to talk to Western press outlets, but also to talk to other countries about the fact that they had a plan for ambition and a plan for implementation, and that the United States had a plan for ambition and no plan for implementation. And so I do think they do like to point out that they can get things done. And of course, diplomatically, they have a long tradition of under-promising and over-delivering. And you could argue that in some countries within Europe and the United States have struggled with the over-delivering. So I think that that's the issue, but there's a very important part of climate action, which is the fact that this has to work for everybody. You can't get to a climate sort of action success if the 1% or if the elites are taken care of. And one of the weaknesses of our current democracies is that inequality has been rampant for the last 20 years, and that this is really corrosive. So as we come forward, we're going to have to solve for inequality and solve for climate. They can't be delinked. And I think that actually that would put democracies again at an advantage if it understands that that is the task that's ahead of us. Whereas I think for autocrats, that is not normally where they've been able to deliver over a long period of time successfully.
David, we have a question for you. I'm going to ask you to keep your answer short because we're low on time. But the question is, this comes from Marta in Boulder. How might the arts and humanities be strategically aligned and funded to help reach climate change goals based on social science that suggests its values, attitudes, and beliefs must be affected and engaged?
Marta, that is a really good question. I think that if it was data alone and science alone, we would have solved this problem a long time ago. Data hasn't helped us get across the finish line, so to speak. And so the arts and music and the film Don't Look Up recently, they hit us in a very different way. And so that's, it's like salt in the stew. It's small by volume maybe, but it's large by effect. It changes the flavor of what we're trying to do. And we need to find a deeper level of our humanity to be able to act on behalf of not just ourselves, but people in other countries and also future generations. One of the keys here, we cast a long shadow on future generations, and they have to be given standing by some system of proxy in our decisions. And I think the arts and music and poetry and all of those kinds of things that hit us very, very differently are important in this whole movement.
I want to do a quick round robin. Stephanie, you alluded to this earlier, that we need to strengthen our democracies to make them more resilient. If we were going to do that, the top thing that should happen. Stephanie, let me start with you there. Oh, you're muted. Can you unmute for us?
Very sorry. I was saying expand the role of civil society. I think the more voices we have in this conversation, the better we'll be at meeting the needs of everyone.
Right. David, your thoughts? What's the one thing we could do to be more resilient?
Well, I think Rachel hit on it. It's equality. And inequality worsens everything that we want to do in democratic society and all the social variables. So inequality, to me, is the most important thing to work on. Rachel, your thought?
Yeah, we should be extending the franchise, not restricting it. This will fall differently in different parts of the population. And why not extend it to 16-year-olds? They have the biggest stake here.
Rachel Kyte, David Orr, and Stephanie Ebner, thank you all for joining us today. More on climate change coming up, so stay with us.
Hello, everyone. We're now about to talk about meeting the climate challenge in democracies, and I'd like to welcome you from wherever in the world you're joining us for this conversation. My name is Ryan Heath, and I'm senior editor at Politico and host of the Global Insider newsletter and podcast. And as it happens, I've just finished doing a global poll of citizens in 13 countries about their attitudes to climate action. And I have to say, there's a hopeful message that the expectations are now high on leaders from both the business and the political world, but there's also a clear sense among individuals, no matter what country, income, gender, generation, or ideology, that their leaders haven't been doing enough. Some of them have been joining massive social movements to effect change. Others don't see the point of sacrificing if the most powerful organizations in our world aren't doing their part. So closing that expectation gap and delivering real climate action, it's going to be a tough challenge. It's going to need to involve all of us. And we're here to unpack that with a stellar panel. Let me introduce them to you. First up, Donnell Baird, who is the founder and CEO of Brooklyn-based BlockPower. Thanks for joining, Donnell.
Glad to be here.
Ani Dasgupta is president and CEO of the World Resources Institute, absolutely huge non-government organization doing great work. Thanks for joining, Ani.
Thanks for having me.
Sophia Kiani is the founder and executive director of Climate Cardinals, and she's a US representative to the United Nations Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Hi, Sophia.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And last but not least, Bill McKibben, who is truly a giant in environmentalism and founder of Third Act. Thank you so much, Bill.
Well, what a pleasure to be with everybody.
Let's get some good stuff done now. I want to kick off with a sort of state of play question to all of you. We're clearly starting to fill in the global rule book in political terms and regulatory terms. Leaders have got the message now that the argument about the need to go to net zero is over and won. But I want to check how confident you are that social movements and businesses are effectively pulling them along and everyone is moving in the same direction. Where are we in this shift from the words to the action? And are we avoiding duplication as we go on that journey? I'll kick it over to you first, Ani.
I think your survey is a telling thing. I think we are in an era of really very impressive commitments by companies, by countries in Glasgow. The moment is now to convert those commitments to actual actions. That is where the gap is, and that is what we hope to see, at least at the WRI. We hope to see action taking place. The question you asked about civil society organizations, I think the hopeful thing is, I think civil society I work in one of them, a nonprofit. They're very active around and more organized and connected to each other, which was not the case, which is very, very important step to take. And they have a very important role to play, I think. But I want to, before I say what role they have to play, ultimately it's not the civil society organizations themselves that's enough. Government have to take action. They have to have investments. Companies have to take action. People across the world have to have consumed differently for us to get to the goal. So the actual action that's going to be taken is by everyone. Civil society organizations like ours and many others that you'll hear from today are the catalyst to make that happen. I do think they can play a very important role. For example, look at climate justice discussion. This has been happening for a long time. This is totally developed by civil society, and now it's been discussed everywhere, but wouldn't have happened without civil society organizations. So mind shift changes that taking place right now, how climate is conceived or thought about, has happened because of civil society organization. The other thing is about measurements, about holding people accountable. I mean, the biggest measurement tool of companies committing to net zero is called SBTi. We are part of it. There are 3 other civil society organizations are part of it. So there are fundamental things on transparency that the civil society organizations do that is important. And finally, I want to say, I think as we see going forward, the focus cannot be and shouldn't be only on decarbonization. It should be on the transition so that it's not only a decarbonized world, a world that is good for people. It is more equal than what is today and is also good for nature. These things are in common discourse today because of civil society organizations. I want to repeat again, Ryan, it is not civil society organizations themselves is good, but not enough. Ultimately, people with power and finance have to change how they allocate resources and what they focus on and put policies in together. So it's kind of, I'm optimistic like some of your surveyors, but good things are happening, but lots more needs to happen.
Bill, you have seen so many ups and downs through the decades in this climate movement. Where are you in the mood scale at the moment?
Well, look, it's very clear that some combination of movements and Mother Nature as educator have shifted the zeitgeist, and that shows up in your polling, Ryan. I mean, people understand that we've got a huge problem. The one thing that hasn't changed over those last 30 years is that the fossil fuel industry and its political allies remain implacable foes of doing anything about it. And we watch that in Congress. Look, every poll we take shows that Americans demand serious action on climate. But when it ends up in the U.S. Senate, Joe Manchin, who's taken more money from the fossil fuel industry than anybody else in D.C., is able to block it. So we're getting closer, we're pushing harder, but the problem is that this is a time test. And while we're doing all of that, the Antarctic ice sheets are melting, the oceans are rising, the jet stream is becoming weird and erratic, the Gulf Stream's begun to slow down. I mean, we're watching rivets pop on this airplane even as we're flying it, and it's not a pretty picture. Somehow we've got to break the power of the fossil fuel industry before it manages to break the whole planet.
Sophia, I see you nodding along there. You get the global view through your work at the UN, and you've also got a fresher perspective than some of us here on the panel. Tell us where you see things.
Well, part of the issue that I see is that, I work with young people every single day. My nonprofit has mobilized over 8,000 young people to translate climate information to really advocate on behalf of accessible climate education. But I think that there's a fundamental disconnect between the amount of passion and enthusiasm that I'm seeing from young people and then seeing how many people are going to the polls and then voting for climate enthusiastic candidates. And the reason why that's so important is it's like what Bill was saying, where Joe Manchin killed the Build Back Better Act, and that was like one of the only viable pieces of climate policy that was going to push the needle in terms of the U.S. and Joe Biden are making these lofty climate commitments to us, but we're seeing that none of that has actually been translated into action. And so if we actually want to have things get done, which right now we see like a lot of commitments, we see a lot of promises, but nothing has actually happened. If we want things to happen, I think a lot of it is about this grassroots organizing that we're seeing being done by young people, where we're trying to make people educated, make them go out into the polls and to vote, and to really make them understand that yes, there's a lot we can do on like a personal level to change our behaviors, but ultimately if we're not pushing for systemic change that's going to come from our government, then not a whole lot is going to get done.
Danelle, I want to bring in your private sector business experience here. We've obviously seen a lot of companies moving in a positive climate direction, but around about 80% still don't have net zero plans. And on the smaller and medium size, they tend to not see the point. They don't know what difference they can make. So I wanted to check in with you as someone who's like on the ground level every day doing this, how much we can expect of the private sector and what tactics you use to try and convince these smaller enterprises to actually take action.
Well, I think Sophia did a great job of outlining some of the non-momentum, some of the stasis that we have going on in the political sector globally and certainly in the United States, in the stagnation. So this is quite a difficult time for people who believe in policy. I'm in the private sector. I used to be a community organizer, then I was a senior staffer for Obama, because at one point I believed that politics would be able to fix a lot of this stuff, and that's no longer my belief. I think that we do need to find ways to unlock private sector capital, whether it's from Wall Street, whether it's from Silicon Valley, pension funds, which, by the way, is money from working people that goes to Wall Street and needs to be invested on behalf of the planet and on behalf of the economic equality of those families who contributes to those pension funds, which is not the case now. We do see lots of corporations saying the right things, just like governments around the world. Everyone has a plan and a goal. The implementation is missing. So even when you talk to the top technology firms who have the smartest, scientists and software developers in the world, they are really struggling to figure out how to live up to their public goals and how to implement real greenhouse gas emissions at scale. So I would say, similar to the municipal government and national government sector, you see lots of people in the private sector who are really excited and publicly committed to addressing climate change in a serious way. But the devil's in the details of implementation and how we're actually going to pull this off. And there isn't enough of a there to my liking.
And I guess reactions from everyone on the panel to this next thought. Is it that we need more pushes at the government level, whether it be guardrails, financial incentives, to convert those good intentions into action? Or is it the case that individual businesses, individual people simply need to start taking more responsibility and connect amongst themselves? Who'd like to jump in? Bill.
Well, look, we're way past the point where we can make the climate math work one Tesla at a time, one vegan dinner at a time. I mean, the most important thing an individual can do is be less of an individual and join together with others in movements large enough to shift things here. It's not impossible. Look, the ace in the hole that we have is that over the last 10 years, scientists and engineers have dropped the price of renewable power and the batteries to store them something like 90%. So there's not an insuperable technological or economic obstacle to moving fast. That means we have to break the obstacles that do exist, which are inertia and vested interest. We're trying to do that in Washington. It's hard. I think that more and more we're going to be trying to do it on Wall Street, too, the other real power sector in our society. That's why, say, at Third Act, where we organize people over the age of 60, we've been working with a lot of young people to start demanding that the big banks stop lending to the fossil fuel industry. We cannot build more pipelines. The scientists are utterly clear on that. And start lending at we have to throw everything we've got into this project of building out renewable energy fast. The stuff is on the shelf. We can really start deploying it, but it's going to, and I think the place where government may end up playing the biggest role is lots and lots of government entities figuring out how to make it easier to do the execution of the kind of stuff that Danelle is busily engaged in, because it's too hard, harder than it should be at the moment to build the kind of projects and things that we need. So there's tons of work to be done, but it requires building power to stand up to vested interest and to inertia.
I saw a lot of nodding there on your point about making it easier to do the good stuff, and I think potentially putting limits on what financial institutions can fund and do. Does anyone want to jump in to flesh that thought out?
Can I jump in, Matt?
Yeah, Ani, go for it.
I just want to build on two thoughts. One on Danelle's thought about commitments. There are a lot of commitments. That's true. Actually, there are a lot of commitments. We did a study just before the last COP in Glasgow that looked at 40 indicators of not commitments, of action people are taking to will allow us get to 50% reduction of carbon emissions by 2030, which is needed to get us to 1.5 degrees by 2050. So we looked at 40 indicators across multiple sectors that we think are needed. Not one indicator, not one, unfortunately for all of us here, all of us in the world, was moving at the speed it needs to move to get to us 2020. So what I'm saying is, whatever we're doing today is not enough. It needs to accelerate. Even renewable energy Bill talked about, or electric cars, people think, oh my God, we have solved this problem because electric cars are cheaper than what it used to be. None of them. So I don't want to take time, but the fundamental point is things needs to be moved much faster, much more than it's having. Commitments are not enough. I want to say the answer to your question, what needs to happen more? All of them needs to happen more. Sophia is absolutely right. I personally believe that we have to elect people who can put together more ambitious climate policy. Even today, look at the fragility of the United system right now. Like, this is the most ambitious precedent we have had on climate. It's just one vote away from total collapse. And that's where we are right now, right? Just one vote away. I also think companies, Donald, I don't know what you think. I think I work with many companies who made a lot of commitments, but companies actually control decision-making on 65, 70% of our financial decision across the world. They have to be part of it. I personally think today's world is full of voluntary commitments, which are good. It's not enough. There has to be regulatory commitment if you want everyone to be. And lastly, I think we as consumers have to be part of the solution. I mean, you cannot solve the problem of where we are. If you just take cars, for example, or buildings, there's not enough cement. There's not enough sand and riverbeds in the world if all of us consume the amount of housing United States average consumption is across the world. So it's all the above. It's not one thing has to be more. My biggest message is that commitments have to be converted to action in a short time, because the promise people like me and others have made that climate action is good for people, good for economy, good for nature. Now we have to show it. The science says that, but people have to see it so that they elect people who do more of this.
Mm-hmm. Sophia, I wanted to bring you in on this sort of theme of what social movements can contribute next. You know, we have seen Fridays for Future have an extraordinary clarity and ability to focus attention on the kind of true nature of the problems. But what do social movements need to do next? I.e., where do they need to target their thoughts, and who do they need to target in order to actually make that movement from the words to the action?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. And something that I think about a lot is the fact that, I mean, it was the fossil fuel industry that created this whole notion of like a personal carbon footprint to kind of dissuade us from thinking about things in terms of systemic change. And so I think the same concept can be applied to systems and movement change in these social movements that we're part of, and that I think that we need to be forward thinking and thinking about how, yes, like as individuals, there's a lot that we can do to limit our own consumption and to like change our own behaviors, to go out and to strike and to raise awareness. But ultimately, if we're not all pushing for like one goal, trying to get one policy passed, then I think that we're losing a lot of like critical enthusiasm. And I think like one thing that I've started to really advocate for has been like putting money where people's mouths are. So investing in emerging like young people, young entrepreneurs. Like here at Stanford, I'm taking this climate ventures class where I'm surrounded by all these incredible young people who are developing emerging technologies, working on making like clean energy and solar power cheaper. Because I think a lot of solutions that we currently have today are very idealistic and focus around very flawed conceptions like carbon offsets. And so instead of focusing on technologies that haven't even fully been developed yet, I think that focusing on things that we already have that we can make better, that are feasible and are like tangible and we can tap them right now, like focusing on solutions like that. And then as community organizers, trying to mobilize the funding to make projects happen. I think having like a clear, concrete ask, both for like our politicians, both for the private sector, going into these rooms and like demanding things, I think that's how we actually will get something done, rather than just continuing to like raise the alarm, which like I feel like we've been doing for a really long time. And I think people now understand the sense of urgency. I think now it's like it's time that we need to start like asking for concrete things.
I love that idea of you are what you invest in. And since you bring up Stanford and Silicon Valley, that also reminds me how broken our venture capital system is, where I often sit there and wonder, where would we be if those firms, instead of investing in kind of sort of extraneous apps that don't really change our lives in useful ways often, we'd invested in some more of these green technologies or the people in your class. Have you got any thoughts on what we need to do around systems like venture capital?
I mean, I think my answer is pretty simple, in that, like, I think that if you're investing in young people, like, you need to involve young people in the decision-making process. I think people like me would be so inclined to want to facilitate investments into our classmates. Like, I'm watching my classmates develop some of the most like incredible innovative business models that I've ever seen. And yet I completely agree that I think that there's such a lack of ambition and funding, because a lot of venture capitalists think that this fundamentally, maybe it is a profitable industry, but it won't be profitable maybe until like a few years from now. And I think that getting rid of that like immediate gratification, like, oh, I'm only going to invest in app companies that in the next year will be like acquired by Microsoft and I'll like 10 times my investment. I think getting rid of like that notion and that idea that I think drives VC is what ultimately is going to like shake up the industry and make it so that, like, instead of trying to invent the next like Instagram and TikTok, which is what I think a lot of my classmates are doing, they'll be incentivized to work on green tech and like clean energy, because they'll know that there will actually be people waiting there to fund their research.
And Danelle, tell us a bit how BlockPower grew and scaled. In many ways, Brooklyn is an easy target market. I live there too. I know that people are very open to these sorts of ideas. But do you have thoughts or a plan of how to get it into Kansas and Oklahoma and all the other places that maybe aren't as easy to convert as Brooklyn?
No one hates venture capitalists on this call more than me. So thank you, Sophia, for articulating what I cannot. I still got to go out and raise more money from them pretty soon. But I mean, our plan at BlockPower is pretty simple. We believe that, or we know that it is possible to decarbonize all of the buildings in America, right? And so everybody's focused on electric vehicles, and that's great. And folks are trying to figure out how to build out the electric vehicle charging network nationally, which is going to take a lot of infrastructure, and we're very excited about that. But we've been trying to green buildings in America since 1976 when President Carter came out in his cardigan. I wasn't alive, but I saw the video, and told Americans to turn down the thermostat. And then he lost the election, and we had Reagan and blah, blah, blah. So we now have technology over the last 4 or 5 years that's emerged out of Japan that allows us to totally 100% decarbonize buildings. And we've done it in a bunch of buildings in New York City. And so we know we can do it anywhere. We know that we can run buildings across America 100% from clean electricity, no fossil fuels whatsoever. And we are excited that we have the opportunity to decarbonize the first city in America, which is Ithaca, New York, where Cornell is. And we're going to decarbonize all of the buildings and all the vehicles. And we have 8 years. But we're going to try to pull it off in 4 years and share all of the data, right? Because if you can decarbonize a building, then you can decarbonize a city. And if you can decarbonize one city, then you can do 1,000 cities. So I believe it's in our grasp to reduce the 30% of emissions that buildings in the United States contribute. And so that's what we're about. So we've raised the necessary project finance capital from Goldman Sachs and other places to invest in paying the upfront cost of decarbonizing buildings. And we're training a workforce. We have 800 employees on staff in New York City from low-income, vulnerable communities who we're training on clean energy installation. We put solar panels on top of Rikers Island, which is a notorious New York City jail, last week, which is something I'm really proud of. And we are seeing that whether they're from the upper middle class or the working class or they're poor, young people want to be involved in green construction, in fighting the climate crisis. And it doesn't matter what class you're from, they want to be engaged. And if you give people an opportunity, even if they're poor and uneducated or undereducated or underprivileged, that they're going to join this fight. And what's been interesting is the guys who we trained to put solar panels on top of Rikers Island, a couple of them had been in Rikers Island. They'd been in jail themselves, either to visit their family members or to serve time. And all of a sudden, they're texting us saying, hey, what's up with Senator Manchin? I'm watching him on C-SPAN, and I want to get these solar panel jobs across America. And so we don't stop to think about the way that our political movement can be informed if we broaden and deepen its participation by engaging folks from low-income people. So what if we'd spent the last 10 years investing in solar and clean energy at scale in West Virginia? And we made it clear to all West Virginians the benefits of clean energy for West Virginia. Well, we have Senator Manchin's vote. And so I do think that we need to keep looking at the intersection of jobs that change people's lives, the clean energy projects that improve the health of families and can save families money in their buildings or communities, and how that intersects with the social movements that we want to build, so that we can unlock the talents of this next generation to really get some stuff going, both in the private sector and in the public policy sector through community organizing.
I love that. Thank you. A question now around possible new forms of governance, my apologies, new ways to engage people in climate issues. Kind of flipping that initial idea I had on its head, that somehow it's going to be harder to do this in a democracy because you don't just have one great leader announcing a target and then everything follows from that. But when you have so many ways to make change in a democracy, perhaps that's the benefit of the system, is that you don't need to rely on winning one election or having one person or Joe Manchin on your side. You can achieve it in 50 different ways. And I'd love to get your thoughts on some of the most promising new ways that this governance might unfold in the coming years. Let's bring you back in, Bill.
Well, Danelle gave you a sort of sketch of how some of this might happen. Look, there are intrinsic differences between the old energy systems and the new ones. Fossil fuel is available in a few places in the world, and the people who happen to sit on top of it exercise extraordinary and ridiculous amounts of power in our society. We know that in this country because the Koch brothers, who were our biggest pipeline barons, bought themselves a political party with the proceeds, and as a result, we can't get anywhere, you know. So as we move to a world that runs on sun and wind, on batteries, on renewable energy, that power begins to lessen. And every place, so the point Danelle's making, great. I mean, if you go to Kansas right now, it's rock-ribbed red Republican, except that so many wind jobs there that the governor is now like, okay, we're for wind, don't tell us not. The fact that the sun and wind are available everywhere is extremely useful in trying to imagine different ways and different forms of power in our society. We're going to get there. 40 years from now, we're going to run the world on sun and wind. The question is whether or not, if it takes us 40 years, it's going to be a broken world that we run on sun and wind. And so we have to figure out how to get over that hump fast. That's the place that social movements have to play a role. In effect, they're catalysts here, trying to speed up what's going to happen anyway. And, you know, the only reason we have to speed it up is because, in the end, the enemy that we're fighting most of all is physics, and physics doesn't compromise, isn't interested in negotiation. It's just going to do what it's going to do, which is break the planet, and in short order.
It's inexorable, the physics. I just want to build on what Bill's saying here. Used to be like you'd go to IBM and they'd have a supercomputer in a giant auditorium, you know, giant thing, and could do algebra or whatever. And now, I mean, Sophia, you've probably gone your whole life with a supercomputer in your pocket, an iPhone or a Samsung smartphone, right? And like, that has been a dramatic change across multiple parts of our economy, across media, right? Where, you know, that's why all the VCs and kids at Stanford are building apps so that, you know, young people can create their own media and distribute it through Facebook when I was in college, or through TikTok now, right? Because media is totally distributed. It's no longer a centralized business model or industry that produces content and then sends it out to everybody. Everybody can produce their own media on their own smartphone and distribute it to their own network, right? So the same thing's gonna happen with energy, which is what Bill's been talking about. And the question, or part of the question for us, is what are the things that we can do to accelerate that decentralization of energy so that it's a decentralized, renewable energy system, and we speed up the time frame by which we all live in a decentralized, clean energy and renewable energy environment. And part of that, and part of what we spend a lot of time at BlockPower doing is like, all right, if everybody has a smartphone, like, can we build an application so that you can walk around and use LiDAR detection in the new iPhone 12 and draw a picture or videotape a picture of your building, and we can tell you how to decarbonize your building and get to 100% greenhouse gas emissions reduction for your building. And so if hundreds of millions of if there's hundreds of millions of smartphones in America, then we don't need to wait for Joe Manchin or the Congress or Apple or anybody. Like, we can build our own app. We have a crowdfunding campaign where people who are alarmed about climate change can lend money to their neighbors. If your neighbor can't afford to decarbonize their building, but they want to, well, you can lend your neighbor some money and they'll pay you back and you'll make a 4 or 5% interest rate. So we can build things to help decentralize the finance, the policy, all of the things that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at scale. And I think that decentralization idea is a new form of self-governance that's pretty central to what makes us Americans, that we believe that we are all citizens, no matter your race, your color, your creed, or whatever, and that there's a certain amount of self-governance that we believe in. So how can we take tech and finance, as well as the social movements that we're building, and kind of mix them all together to create something new and different so we can actually get this done?
Well, you convinced me. Arnie, any thoughts there? And then I'll throw it over to Sophia for the final word.
Yeah, just two quick thoughts. I agree with everything Donald said, except we don't need Joe Manchin. I actually do think we need the right policy. I do think we need the infrastructure of the future for the decentralized system to work. You're absolutely right, both Bill and Donald, that the future energy system is a different system. And the opportunity of decentralization of it, it's enormous. And Donald, the fact that you focus on buildings, we work globally. The buildings is one of the biggest consumer of energy and biggest emitter. In India, for example, where we work, where I'm from, the estimation is buildings, the amount of buildings to be built there is double what exists today. So the opportunity to get it right, Donald, is just enormous, right? So the point I wanted to make is that we absolutely need policies. That doesn't mean we can't do things without policies, but we absolutely need policies so that the infrastructure that is required just for the new energy system to work is something that is much needed right now. They don't need to do everything, but there's some things they need to do. I do think social movement has a very important role to play here. The social movement can change our expectations, and that is what social movements do. Change how we frame a problem, frame to think about. And what, Sophia, that what you're doing and what I saw in Glasgow, the youth movement, it just, I think, the most promising thing that's going on. The unrelenting pressure, I hope, that young people who are about to vote will to have a very different expectation from the system. So I don't think, Ryan, it's just a question of democracy. It's actually the political system and economic system that is there today. I think there's some fundamental rethink has to happen, which I hope, Sophia, your generation will. We can't just replicate what we have and expect a different outcome.
And Sophia, the last word for you.
I think the biggest thing that I've really been thinking about is that I think that right now our democracy is fundamentally undemocratic because of a variety of things that have happened that have just made it impossible to pass policy. And so if we want to pass policy, we need to change our system. And by that, I mean we need to reform like finance campaign laws. We need to reform all of these voter suppression regulations that are making it impossible for low-income marginalized communities that would disproportionately be voting for these climate progressive candidates. We need to reform all those regulations so that it's easier for them to go out and to get out into the street and to vote. We need to get fossil fuel money out of politics. There are so many things that we need to do, and I think that it's part of the reason why a lot of policy and politics isn't getting passed. It's like because of gerrymandering, for example, that a lot of our politics is just disproportionately uplifting the voices of people who are much more wealthy and much more privileged and who have an outsized influence on our politics today. And so I think, like, for me as a young person, it's very discouraging to see the state of my government and politics and to think that a lot of stuff is fundamentally broken, and that's the reason why we're not moving forward and progressing. But all we can really look towards is to think about solutions and to think about the role that I can play, the role that other young people can play. And I think a lot of that role has been advocating as part of like social movements and going into spaces like COP and being able to directly appeal to world leaders. I think for me, being able to be part of the UN, to talk to the UN Secretary General on a regular basis, to give him feedback on his climate strategy, having that outsized influence on such a high level of politics and policy, I think for me has been a very liberating experience and has showed that having that progressive voice in spaces like this is incredibly influential and important in making sure that people are hearing an unbiased perspective, one that is untainted by money, by some sort of underlying interest. So I think that that's probably the last note that I would like to leave with is get young people in these rooms so that we can make demands and push for change.
Well, thank you so much to all of you for joining this room. I know that I have personally learned a lot, and I expect that a lot of people watching will feel the same way. So thank you very much, and it's time for the next session.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce our final speaker of the day. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield is the U.S. representative to the United Nations, as well as the U.S. representative to the UN Security Council. A career diplomat, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield returned to public service after retiring from a 35-year career with the U.S. Foreign Service in 2017. She has served as Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Director General of the Foreign Service, Ambassador to Liberia, and in postings in Switzerland, Pakistan, Kenya, the Gambia, Nigeria, and Jamaica. Given her role at the UN Security Council, Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield was not able to join us in person today. However, she kindly sent some remarks on global democratic resilience.
Thank you, Dean Mayer. It's an honor to wrap up day one of the University of Denver's Democracy Summit. Thank you to the Carbell School for hosting these important conversations. I hope today's discussions have been informative and inspiring. This summit, of course, follows our own Summit for Democracy last December, where President Biden laid out how we would defend democracy, which he called the defining challenge of our time. It was the largest leadership-level virtual summit that the U.S. government has ever hosted, with over 200 participants and 100 world leaders providing interventions with their visions for democracy. We're looking forward to reconvening for the second part of the summit in a year to build on our progress from the first. In the meantime, we're embarked on a year of action where governments and stakeholders are working to implement the commitments we made to bolster democracy, counter authoritarianism, and combat corruption and promote respect for human rights. These actions could not come at a more important moment, because right now, around the world, democracy is under threat. Many of our countries have had authoritarians and nefarious actors try to interfere with elections. In some places, corruption is hollowing out judicial systems, undermining the rule of law. Across the globe, disinformation is sowing seeds of division and distrust, shaking the confidence of ordinary citizens in our democratic institutions. Our democracies are being attacked, our institutions targeted. We cannot and we will not stand idly by. Just look at the issue dominating recent headlines: Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's border. The truth is, it's not just NATO that concerns Russia. Ukraine is working hard to strengthen the rule of law, fight corruption, and align itself with its democratic neighbors in Europe. This apparently threatens President Putin. So by defending Ukraine's sovereignty, we are defending democracy. It's that simple. We have a lot of tools at our disposal for defending and promoting democracy, but perhaps the most powerful is demonstrating that democracies deliver for their people. As the legendary diplomat and civil rights activist Ralph Bunche said, the greatest defense for democracy is its practice. Every country has flaws, and so do our democracies. We are not perfect, but what makes us better is how our system of government is designed for constant improvement. By practicing democracy, both as citizens and as governments, and by protecting our democratic institutions, we make our country stronger, safer, and better. When we hold free and fair elections and hold ourselves accountable, when we work to make progress openly and transparently, that is our most powerful argument. That is, in fact, our best defense. The more democratic we become, the stronger we get. And we're even stronger when we work at these goals together. So thank you for convening, for conversing, and for working in tandem to bolster democracies here at home and around the world. The work you are doing could not be more important. We're counting on you, especially those young people here today, to ensure our democracies only get stronger this year, next year, and many years to come. Thank you.
Well, it's been quite a program today. So many thoughtful speakers, so many things to think about. Joining me now is to help me recap the day is our artist in residence, Cal Gallagher. Cal, we've gotten glimpses through the day of what you've been working on, so I can't wait to see what you've produced. I know one of your first cartoons is really about social media. That was a topic that came up all through the day, really beginning with the Maria Reza's comments about the way in which it preys on our tendency to want the simple stories, our tendency to prefer fast thinking to slow thinking. But let's see what you've done with that.
Yeah. So the cartoon you can see up there now. We were talking so much about what social media did to society, but also what it did to individuals. And I just felt that it's been consuming us, hasn't it? So I thought the best way is to actually have it consuming us, and that kind of inspired this cartoon.
Yeah, it's great. Well, there was a lot of commentary about social media, and in some sense, it's there's tendency to think of it only in negative terms.
Yeah.
But also the ways in which, of course, it's enabled democracy in a lot of ways as well. Very interesting conversation about that. This is part of the context, though, and we heard a lot about this today about the changing landscape of media. That and we have to be careful, as it was noted, that it's not like there was a golden age of journalism where it was all great. That, there were a lot of voices that weren't included, but the landscape has changed.
Yeah, and that idea of the landscape, when you hear a keyword like that, it sort of set off alarm bells for me, because we see now that the landscape is more complex, isn't it? There's so many more players in it. Not necessarily a bad thing, but we're like in the Wild West. It's how we transition and how we manage this.
Well, it's certainly a different environment than before, and it is a question of how we create that sort of media ecosystem that informs and more than it misinforms. That was a topic all day long. Misinformation, disinformation. I know you did a cartoon on that. And there, what do we have here?
Yeah, so all this notion of misinformation, disinformation. Almost everyone knows that they're negative things, but in the context of our conversation, is what does it mean for democracy, and how can it damage or cripple democracy? And this is, I believe, in a picture, the challenge that we have in the months and years and decades ahead is trying to manage this.
Manage and regulate. We had a conversation about regulation, and no one wants disinformation, misinformation, but how do you regulate that without violating free speech, without inhibiting journalism in some way? And so I thought that was a fascinating conversation about the ways in which who regulates,
most important bit,
and the extent to which we can rely on the media companies to self-regulate as opposed to empowering the government or someone else. A very complicated issue, to be sure. Now, big theme of the last couple of sessions for sure, around climate change, and we have. Climate change is a test for democracy. This is a huge issue on the horizon, and I thought it was a fascinating conversation about the extent to which democracies are disadvantaged or advantaged, possibly, in dealing with climate change. But one of the speakers, I think maybe David Orr made a comment about COVID being a trial run for climate change, and I think you did a cartoon on that. I sure
did. Yeah, you can see it there. So it's just a little sketch, when you hear the few words like that, it became very apparent to me. We are constantly seeing pushback against the COVID regulations, and yet the whatever comes from COVID won't match one iota to what could possibly happen to us with climate change. So it is a test run, isn't it?
It is a test run. I mean, it is, as was noted, it requires such a systemic change, and COVID as well has been a stress test on so many things, and a question of whether democracy can rise to that challenge. I thought one of the most interesting points, I think Rachel Kite made in particular, others, it was about the relationship between climate change and inequality.
Yes,
inequality, of course, being corrosive of democracy. And climate change is kind of almost an accelerator of inequality. We know that climate change will affect people differently, and the fact that these two things are really intertwined, I thought was super interesting. Now, it's one thing to imagine what we should do in responding to climate change. It's another thing to manage the politics of climate change.
Right.
And so, in this country and others around the world, there's certainly entrenched interests that really don't want to make those kind of big systemic changes. And I think you did something on that.
I sure did. I couldn't resist, because people in the U.S. are very familiar with with Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, and his ability basically to hold up everything as far as environmental issues are concerned.
Yeah, and so there he is. Oh, there's Joe Manchin there, yes, in the back pocket. Well, maybe time for one more.
Got it.
Of course, a lot of talk about autocracy on the march. I've led the day with a statement along those lines. But one of the things I thought was great all day long was this resilience, the pushback. We heard from the leader of the opposition in Belarus. We heard about climate activism. We heard about things that are happening, which are really encouraging. And in some ways, it's kind of a race, isn't it, between autocracy and democracy? And I think you captured that beautifully in this next cartoon.
It is. This is kind of a great competition between the two. And here with the cartoon, you can see autocracy as a slave ship being pushed down, with one person benefiting largely from what's going on. But democracy is harder, isn't it? Everyone's got to be working together. They have to choose to work together. But if they do, they can be faster and they can get to the destination.
Well, that seems to me to really capture the day. I mean, a lot of threats, a lot of challenges, a lot of worry maybe that autocracy is winning, but there's still that notion that if we all pull together, and there are signs that we are, that democracy will prevail. Well, thank you so much. I can't wait for tomorrow to see what else you do. And it's just great stuff. And speaking of tomorrow, we will look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow on day 2 of the Denver Democracy Summit, beginning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time here. That concludes our live stream for today. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for all you do to support and strengthen democracy. We'll see you again tomorrow.